the best. Thank you, mama. Do throat sing. Okay, 1 second. That's gross. Gross. A payday plus Joel Day? Damn. Who's paying you? Got COVID, happy your life since not feeling good. Damn. I swear to God, like, how do people, everyone has COVID like every fucking 15 minutes. There's like some new variant like every month. I swear to God, it's like different. And I'm getting sick of it. You're gonna take some shrooms? Just to listen to the stream? Sounds kind of awesome. I feel like shrooms is one of those things you gotta give yourself some time between dosing, right? How do you keep your motivation going in life? I guess it's tough. The only thing that really keeps me decently structured is just like the YouTube kind of due dates, the streams, and then the gym. So a lot of my motivation is primarily just based on routine or discipline. And usually once you do something that's productive based on the fact that you just have to do it, or the fact that you like force yourself to do it, that's kind of where you find your motivation, is like after you do the thing, because you feel good that you did it, you feel productive, you know. It's kind of like a herding dog, you know. Like a herding dog doesn't necessarily feel, I don't even know if a dog knows what motivation is, I guess, aside from like being motivated to eat treats, some sweet treats. But once the dog has herded the cattle, it's quite proud of what it's done. So maybe sometimes you got to do the action first, even when you don't feel good about it, and maybe you'll feel good about it later. Obama. You doing some push-ups? Hell yeah, man. Get swoley. I'm saving money to get a Let's Read hoodie. Looks good. Nice, thank you. That'd be cool. Also, I'm actually just curious if I can do gifting. I can't still. It's just like in an endless like loading loop whenever I click on the gifting thing. That's silly. How do I even close it now? 1 second. Gotta open that back up. I gotta pop that back out. Gotta pop that thing. How's Pradeep doing? He's good. I got the garage door open, so he's out there hunting around. Appreciate your thoughts on my life question. Much love from your boy. Thank you, yeah. Hey, Samira, thank you so much for the 5 gifters. To Shauna, It's Not Me, David Scott, Trevin, and Emily Danielson. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. What's up, Shell? Went for a 4-mile jog around a few blocks today and has hit chest hard today at the gym. Nice, dude. How you feeling? Keep going. It was kind of nice. I got to work out with my brother today, which was cool. Haven't really been able to connect with him for quite some time, so it's nice to kind of like do something manly together, I guess. Snuggles, welcome back for 10 months. Love this. Love you. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Brooklyn Gonzalez, welcome back for 40 months. My God. Jesus Louisish. Chillin'. Cool. Got in a car accident today. My lower back has been hurting ever since. Hope I can get a ride to the hospital tomorrow. Damn, Elvis. I feel like you can't catch a break there, my dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. Missy, thank you for the 5 and your 3rd super chat on live stream. Do you have any advice for growing as a horror YouTuber? Well, I will say the space of like narration type content is very saturated and like tough to do. So like the channels I've seen kind of like blow up in the more modern sense tend to be ones who do like video essays or like are willing to put themselves on camera. So, you know, like Wendigoon and Mr. Ballin and, you know, that chapter and various ones of that nature, you know? And I think there's something about like putting yourself on camera that's sort of like, you know, you don't have to do as much B-roll, obviously, as much editing, and people can kind of connect with you. The videos don't even really need to be that like in-depth or whatever. Do you ever get social anxiety? My friend has it, and I can't relate because I grew out of it naturally. Yeah, I mean, I get, everyone gets social anxiety. You just have to like I said, it's a similar fashion to the whole finding motivation to like do something. In the same way with being socially anxious, it's like you're not gonna like trick yourself into not being socially anxious the same way a 4-year-old isn't gonna like innately desire, usually most of the time, to join baseball. But it's not till you yourself as the parent of yourself decides to just throw yourself out there, no matter how you feel, that eventually that sort of exposure therapy to said stimuli will eventually, you know, break you free of even needing motivation to do something, or even needing, you know, or even being fearful of social anxiety. Eventually you're just like, oh, I'm familiar with those people at work or interacting with randoms, or, you know, because at that point you start to notice that most humans are actually very similar to each other, and a lot of us have a lot more common than we realize, and there's not as much most of the time to be afraid of, you know? Time to play the game! What's the topic today? We got some Reddit stories, baby. We back on Reddit. Which reminds me, I forgot to text Robin the thumbnail. Hey, Evelyn Ramirez, welcome back for 11 months. Oh my god, next month will be a year-long member. That's crazy. A whole year. I swear to god, like, time just doesn't even exist anymore. It just goes by. But thank you so much for 11 months. And thank you, KillsXO21. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. What are your thoughts on Diddy? Nice try, Diddy. I always see that on Instagram comments on the on all the ads, which makes me so happy for some reason. Just that, like, I don't know. There's nothing I love more than like hive mind meme culture, because it's like impossible to fight back against. Once like a hive mind has taken hold of people and they like say certain mantras over and over again, like a religion or like a bunch of cult members, it's like you can't fight against that. So if like a product is shitty, everybody's saying like nice try Diddy in the comments just makes me laugh so much, because there's really there's no better way than to respond to like a shitty Instagram ad, then nice try, Diddy. Like, you can't sit there and say like, this product looks like crap or this or that. You just have a fucking group of 10,000 other people saying, good try, diddler. Maybe next time. Why do they do that? I think it's sort of a reference to P. Diddy Combs and the like trying to, you know, coax people into sexual compromising situations and, you know, whatever. So it's almost like, good try, Diddy. Next time you can get me, or, you know, you can try and rape me later or whatever. But yeah, it sounds like he got picked up for human trafficking, which I thought he already had. So like seeing it done now, it's like, oh shit, I guess it's serious. But I guess sometimes it does take like a while for that shit to like really kick in. Hey Daphne, what's up? Heartburn is so annoying. Yeah, I might just need to chug some water to dilute a little bit and look into apple cider vinegar related to digestion. It might help you a little bit. Just like with the tweaking comments. What's the tweaking ones? I don't think I've seen those. Judalon, what's up? Thanks for the suggestion. You're welcome. No worries. Made a video recently about the most insane Reddit story I've ever seen. Can link you the post or video if you want to see the story for yourself. Oh, okay. Interesting. What happened? Hola, amigos. Hola. Too much wine? I feel that. Dude, wine, I don't know what it is. One glass of wine and I'm fucking loopy. It does not take much. Like, I'll sit there and down beers, feel nothing. And something about, like, wine just, like, immediately penetrates my blood-brain barrier. And also gives me, like, the worst hangovers. Who's staring at the reactions? Yeah, somebody's spamming them. Colin, thank you. Try again, Diddy. Yeah. Diddy trying to catch the, it's like sort of like a Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner situation, but it's Diddy and Justin Bieber. Nice try, Diddy. Maybe next time. Aw, man. Drinking a nice blue moon. Crazy how I've been subscribed for 4 years in my first stream. Well, welcome, Steph. Good to see you. Yeah, for anybody who's new, you can see the countdown. We're going to switch over to a more spooky mood here in a bit. And you'll listen to me if you'd like. Record some spooky stories for, well, normally I upload Monday and Thursdays, but due to a contractual obligation related to a show that's going to be on FX, Grotesquerie, I'm doing a promo for them, but it's got to come out Friday is what they wanted, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll release a day later. Sounds good to me. Gives me more time to edit and get it just right. Never been wine drunk yet. Yeah, wine drunk is like, I mean, I guess all drunk is kind of bad, but wine drunk to me is like not a clean drunk. I've heard people describe it as like almost like it's what you drink. It's what the ancient Romans drank at orgies. And orgies aren't very fun when nobody wants to do it with you. De La Rosa Jr., David, thank you for the 2. And Daphne Law, thank you for the 1. Good to see you. Just got out of class and I'm drained. Yeah, dude, classes. School sucks, dude. Fuck school. Should drop out. No, just kidding. Malia S, welcome back for 29 months. Says, I've been such a silent supporter for so long, didn't realize it's almost 30 months first live I could actually make. Well, welcome, Malia. I hope I'm getting that name right. Thank you for supporting silently in the background. I don't like alcohol much, probably drink like 4 times a year, if that. Yeah, I don't do it too much. I have a wedding coming up at the end of September. I'll probably drink a little bit there. And it just cuts to me like, let's fucking go, dude. Shooting a keg into my mouth upside down. How good is my Spanish, bud? It's muy perfecto. Seriously want to drop out right now, but I need an alternative. Nah, I feel you, dude. I wanted to drop out through nursing school, but honestly, I think it is a good time if you're feeling that way to really like take in whether the career choice you've decided upon does benefit you, because it is sort of a cost analysis there on whether it's really worth it. I think you should really like maybe even ask like AI, like, hey, if I have this much debt from, you know, private banks versus what's the FISA banks or whatever from the government loans, how long is it going to take me? What's my monthly payments after work? What's my job opportunity? What's my, you know, you can just run it through a million different scenarios to really think through it. Can't believe you're at 1.19 million subscribers. I know, it's pretty buck wild, honestly. Are you a Moo Dang supporter? Who's that? What's your opinion on camping in an abandoned mineshaft deep in the heart of southwestern Pennsylvania? Inside the mineshaft. I mean, are you going with people? And you have to be careful. There might be like bears in there, maybe. Maybe they get ready for hibernation, so they could be going in there, you know what I mean, to bed down. I mean, I guess hibernation isn't quite yet, but you know what is today, though, or what started today? Fucking spider feeding and spider migration from outdoors to indoors. Today, I saw the biggest motherfucking spider I've ever seen in my house, ever. And, like, it was near a curtain. So when I saw it, I, like, for some reason, like, the way that it was moving so slow in my head, I was like, that's a huge spider. And I decided to get real close to it. And then fucking, it just like took off like near the curtain. I'm like, fuck, why didn't I just... So now I'm like, all right, I got to burn down my entire house, this fucking spider. But then I was able to like find it and, you know, murder it. But I really don't like spiders. You saved 2 spiders today. That's crazy. It makes sense now. Yeah. And yeah, it's funny if you say, quote unquote, save them and put them outside, they're probably just gonna come back in because the weather is getting colder and they're ready to feed and bite your neck while you're sleeping. Just kidding. All right. Was it tarantula big? It was like 1/6 the size of a tarantula, so still pretty big. It was just like something I'd never seen before. I was like, that should not be here. Are your messages coming through? They are, yep. Well, at least that one is. I don't know about the other ones. I hate more in this world than spiders. I know they eat other pests, but I would rather have the pests than spiders. I thought that because, like, it's so strange. My house just seems like very susceptible to insects. And like around here, there's like those house centipedes that are real creepy and crawly, but I never had any issues with them. Even though I think one like bit me via self-defense because it like climbed up my leg and I went to smack it but didn't fully get it, and it like reared back and used its little pincer bullshits to get me. But when I see those things, I'm like, I don't like you, but I don't dislike you as much as I dislike giant fucking scary spiders. Best YouTube narrator ever. Thank you, Austin. It's snakes and spiders. I know, dude. Snakes, spiders. There's something built into us from the Garden of Eden to dislike those beasts and squish them with our sandals. Don't like drinking. Smoking is definitely better. Yeah, no tummy aches usually. What's my phobia? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't necessarily have a phobia of snakes or spiders, but I definitely, like I've said before, I definitely don't like the idea of, like, wading in, like, open water. If I would just, like, woke up in the middle of the ocean, like, wading, and had to, like, choose a direction to swim, my heart would be just going, like, 200 beats per minute. I'd probably have a heart attack before I ever even get eaten by a shark. You'll pick up snakes, let them curl around your fingers. Yeah, I guess if you trust the snake, but my like one old roommate, he used to have like multiple reptiles. I don't really trust reptiles that much, even though I know there's nothing they're doing outright that's necessarily bad. But you just never know when they're just like, hey, I'd like to fucking bite your face. Because I just can't I don't know any like reptile body language. Like a dog, oh, it's not wagging its tail, it's like seems weird. You know what to do. Give it a kiss. I've been bumped by a shark. Yeah, it's weird with sharks, like you just have no idea they're there. I just feel like sharks are like they exist solely as like this strange abstract drones of the ocean, in the same way that you have like, I don't know, macrophages or macrophages, I don't know, whatever the shit that exists in like your cell, in the cells of your body, or even on the microscopic level, that come around and like clean up, debris. That's what I think sharks exist as, just like solely to clean up debris, have no thoughts in their head other than just predatory, scavenger style behavior. Thoughts on flying cockroaches? The only time I saw a shit ton of flying cockroaches was when I was in, I think, Hawaii. And just like I must have killed like 8 of them when I was there with big books. It also made me frustrated with like Airbnb type stuff, because I was staying in some place that was like rented out, and there was like, it was like filled with drinks in the fridge. But I realized that it was like a shared space with the landlord or something next door, and they had just so happened to be using that garage to like store their drinks, and we took like a few, and that was a big no-no. Anthony Esposito with the 2 tacos. Thank you, Anthony. Wouldn't mind one of those right now. Favorite insect, or one that you think looks cool? I mean, I definitely like lightning bugs. I definitely like, ladybugs. Those are pretty goated. But not a huge insectian, Not a big enjoyer of the exoskeleton beasts. Why would someone store their drinks in their rental property? I know, it's just like, I don't know. It was a really random thing, and yeah, but that was dumb of us to be like, oh, this is for us. Anyways, oh yeah, moths. I forgot about moths. I actually really like moths. Crisps. Okay. During the summer of 1975, my grandfather worked at a car dealership as a mechanic in a major city on the West Coast. That was where my Aunt Cece got her first job as a receptionist for the dealership. They were from a small town in the countryside, so she was excited to start to work in the big. Cricket opinion? I guess I'm pretty indifferent towards crickets. Like, I see them skip-scopping around. There is a I don't really have the temptation to like smush bugs as much as I used to when I was a kid in my sadistic years. But crickets, I don't know, for some reason, because I always like collected crickets to like feed to I had anoles, like those little lizards that live everywhere in Florida. I just kind of looked them as like food rather than like a creature. I would eat them too, just to know, Dragonflies, those are cool. What's up, BB Hang? diabolical ironclad beetles. I wouldn't mind interacting with some of those more armor-based creatures. Obama or soda? It's soda! That was where my Aunt Cece got her first job as a receptionist for the dealership. They were from a small town out in the countryside, so she was excited to start work in the big city as Cece had just graduated high school and wanted to save up for an apartment. Despite the fact that she was in a major city, Cece's job was what you'd expect working as a receptionist inside a car dealership. The immediate area was devoted to industry work and other car dealerships. It was, in effect, a social dessert for a 17-year-old social butterfly like Cece. This was a blue-collar area that was predominantly dominated by men working hard and dirty jobs. And despite that, Cece enjoyed her work and the chance to carpool with her dad and get along great with the staff, with what my grandfather called the gift of gab. She could make friends with anybody. And now, as it was 1975, most transactions were done in cash, and as a result, paperwork and money deposits had to be done with daily trips to the bank. That task fell upon Cece as part of her duties, and she was entrusted with taking deposits to the bank located within walking distance of her place of employment. As she worked in a successful car dealership, she could deliver thousands of dollars in cash per deposit. And to put the money in perspective, $2,000 in 1975 equivalates to well over... Equivalates? Is that the word? Hey, Polar Bear, what's up? To put the money in perspective, Oh yeah, I do enjoy the sounds of crickets. You gotta appreciate them while you can, since we're going into winter here soon. Equivalate. Oh, that is a word. I don't think I've ever been to Texas other than just passing through the airport, which I don't really count as like being to a place because you just don't really actually get to leave or appreciate any of it. Any stories that you personally feel impacted by? I mean, any of the ones that like hurt kids especially is very, very sad to me. Just because it just seems so unfair. I mean, I guess all of it's very, very unfair. But especially those who can't protect themselves, you know. Ed Gein. Except how hot it gets, yeah. Yeah, especially in Texas, I feel like you're just like really susceptible to like UV radiation. It just seems hot as fuck and dry at the same time. Maybe I'm wrong. Howdy. To put the money in perspective, $2,000 in 1975 equivalates to well over $10,000 USD based on today's inflation rates. And so here was Cece, a lone 17-year-old girl with a daily routine, walking from a popular car dealership to a bank with large sums of money at a somewhat isolated and rough neighborhood inside a major city. To say that her employer did not foresee an opportunity for disaster was naive on their part, and for my grandfather as well. All that I can say about that relaxed attitude was that the 70s was an entirely different world almost 50 years ago, and Cece was the one that paid the price. And Cece was the one that paid the price. Damn, I keep saying one today. I always want to like say my thes as the one today. It's like it's not like a speech impediment, but it's just so hard to break free of sometimes. Can anyone see your comments? I can see your comments, brother. Maybe you're typing something that's like not good or something. I don't know. Maybe YouTube's picking up on bad words or whatever. Ben MIA, wow, lots going on. Hope all been good. Yeah, good to see you. What's happening? It's because PA. Everybody in PA talks with da-da-da-da. Did you figure out the gifting from Sunday? You know, I messaged my contact over at YouTube. They said they were going to look into it, but earlier in the stream I tried to do it again and it just gets stuck in like an infinite like loading loop. So I don't think that should be an issue, like technically me gifting subs to myself, but it's in a weird way, it's like I'm the one paying for it with my, you know, money, my own money, and I'm gifting it to you guys. So it's not like I'm doing anything in my perceived reality like negatively. So I don't really know. Maybe it's just something through my stream software or something. Ever read my own personal stories? I think in the past. I forget when. Do more naval-based body horror stories. Do you mean like naval, like a naval base, like joining the Navy, or do you mean naval-based as in the belly button? Ed Gein context? I have no idea. Somebody typed it in the chat. What movies and shows do you want to see? I want to see that new one, Shogun. Have you guys heard about that streaming on Hulu? It's like apparently it's a very good show. That's all I've heard. It could be bad, it could be good. But from what I've heard, there's like, you know, they're not trying to pull any punches. It's just like straight up a solid Japanese, you know, feudal Japan wartime show. And that's just all it is. Lynn, thank you for the gifter too. Marisol, thank you, Lynn. What are you up to? Shogun's good. Okay, well, that's good to hear. You love cats. Cats are pretty cool. It won 14 Emmys. That's dope. I never really know about, like, you know, awards and all that kind of stuff. Am I Racist is good. I saw that advertised. I wasn't sure what to think, like, pertaining to Daily Wire stuff, just because I find most people over there kind of cringe, but I do really enjoy movies about like trolling, like Borat style, especially when people look very silly as from what they say. So maybe I'll watch it just to see if it's whatever. I feel like the gifting your memberships is the same as the gaming channels gifting NFL 25, college football 20. Oh, like gifting the game and stuff. Was I ever a fan of Nathan For You? I was a fan of Nathan For You. My old roommates kind of turned me onto that show, and I still like, just like when he made the what was it? It was frozen yogurt, but it was poop flavored. That was so fucking funny to me. For some, you know, I'm very poop oriented humor, but just like the fact that when people ate it, they were like, "Yeah, it tastes like shit," and that was it. And I always kind of had like a Nathan For You running joke in my head that like he should convince Subway to, or like a local franchised Subway, to bring back Jared Fogle or whatever as like the spokesperson. He's like, I just think it would be a redemption arc, and he could do it from inside prison. He had gained weight and, you know, just something about that. Like, it's funny when you watch like shows and then you start thinking of like skits or ideas within the context of their show. Like I remember watching Family Guy all the time growing up, and I just like wanted so badly to be a writer on that show. The fluffiest pillow. Thank you. Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal. I swear I saw some bits of it. The Rehearsal. That sounds so freaking... Oh no, that was like more of a movie, wasn't it? The Redemption Footlong, yeah. Redemption 6-incher. Who knows what that tastes like except serial killers, almost serial killers. Yes. Delicious. How do you feel about Lady White Rabbit? I don't know. That sounds so familiar. It's a narrator, right? I gotta be honest with you, I don't really keep up with a lot of the other narrators, not like out of disrespect or anything. I don't really talk to anybody. I don't really communicate. And it's not, you just kind of have your own life going on. So and all of this is pretty self-sustaining. So I don't really go out of my way to communicate with most people. But once again, not out of disrespect. Has Joel heard of Jesus? He's that Mexican guy, right? What happened to that one person who had the smirking apple PFP? It's funny, like, honestly, people's profile pictures are kind of a way that I, like, categorize a lot of people in my mind. Like, Worth It All, you have one that I always see. Queef Sweat, I see that one all the time. Cass, I recognize yours. Joni, I mean, and then BB Hang. Yeah, like, there's all of you guys that are in here all the time. I start to, like, I would know your names, but if you change your PFP, I would get confused as fuck. You know what I mean? Boop. Yeah, and Boop kept his PFP. Thank you for the 936s. Thank you for the hang. I've seen Jacob Chats has been going through... Wait. Jacob has been going through life. I hope he makes it back to the Buttersuck Live. The cult needs him. We do need him. Jacob, if you're here, for the love of God, talk to us. Say something. The way I imagine is Jacob kind of exists almost like in another dimension. Like, he's experiencing the streams, but it's like he's picking up the frequency of the streams as it's sent out into the, ionosphere and back through the dimensional portals right to his, receptor device, whatever that might be. And that's why sometimes it's kind of, he doesn't quite get to participate until later, because it's like 200 years later. Yeah, don't change your PFP, especially on YouTube, or I forget. Phoenix, Arizona, what's up? Smirking Apple PFP person, if you can hear us, please come back. Dressed like Deadpool? No, it's a spacesuit. Picture of a Marvel character, Havoc, nice. Yeah, it's funny, it's like, now that you tell me that, I can kind of pick up on it, but like, from a distance, all of this is just like super small. So it looks like a swirl of like green, maybe like a furry PFP. Internet ham radio. Get some Iowa horror stories. Isn't Iowa where they started McDonald's? Is that where McDonald's started? I'd like to talk to you about a man named Jesus Christos. Is the animation new? It's actually from last year, but yeah, Robin made that one. We just kind of rotate when it gets to spooky season, which September through October is spooky season, and then November to December is Christmas season. And Cece was the one to pay the price. On that summer's day, the dealership had quite a few successful transactions that resulted in netting over $3,000. So, with the paperwork done after lunchtime, Cece put the money into her purse and began the short walk to the bank. She was a few minutes into her journey when a rusty van screeched to a halt behind her. Before she could react, the sliding door opened and a man pulled her inside before she had a chance to react. I don't like the double speak there, saying it twice. We're just gonna put this through chat BBC real quick. Also, chat GPT has been like acting weird lately, but now it's fine. I think I just had to like re-sign in. Sometimes if you ever have issues with your bullshit, you just gotta like reset your cookies. Your cookies, sir. What's up, Lauren? How we doing? Travis, thank you. Fix this grammar. Do I dress up for Halloween? Yeah, I might. I might just do that. Clear your cache. Actually, probably just need to restart your computer. Before she could react, the sliding door opened and a man pulled her inside. The door slammed shut and the engine revved as they sped off. And just like that, she was kidnapped. Inside the van were 5 rough-looking men in their mid to late 20s. The back seats had been removed to make room for a mattress and several pillows, converting it into a sort of party van, as was typical for the time. And this was evident from the empty beer cans, bottles, and drug paraphernalia scattered around. The men laughed as they shoved Cece onto the mattress, commenting that they had wanted a pretty girl to join the party. She had the misfortune of being the random girl in their path. They seemed either oblivious or uncaring that they had abducted a young woman against her will. There's no need to emphasize how dangerous a situation Cece was in here. She was fully aware of what was likely to happen with the 5 male strangers taking poop. Dress as a what? Dude, it's fucking hot. It is quite hot down here. How do you choose a story? What do you look for when you read before? Well, if it's like a theme, they're looking for stuff that's a theme. But, good grammar, decent length to it, good girth, nice and veiny. She was fully aware of what was likely to happen with 5 male strangers taking her to God knows where. These men didn't look like college students. Their rough appearance suggested a very harsh lifestyle. Cece also realized that they were unaware of the money in her purse. These were men looking for a good time at the expense of an innocent woman, not criminal masterminds who had planned to rob her of the $3,000 hidden in her purse. Still, her chances of survival would likely plummet to 0 if they discovered the cash, and that amount might be too tempting to leave behind a witness. Cece then did what she did best. She kept her cool and turned on the charm. She laughed along with the men, as if being held against her will was just some joke, saying something like, well, you guys seem pretty cool. It's too bad I can't party with you since I'm expected back at work. I mean, I'd hate for all of us to get into trouble. My boss will be mad if I'm not back soon, and he'll definitely call the cops with what's been happening lately. At the time, Girthzilla. They extended my position as senior engineer at MIT till December. Recruiter said might be a permanent, but he said that the support department think that they want me to fix their issues and then get rid of me. But he said that for September. But he said that for September. Do you think they want me to fix their issues and then get rid of me? They extended my position as senior engineer at MIT till December. I mean, MIT is a college, right? And usually college positions are kind of highly coveted, and they usually tend to have a pretty expendable income, I feel like, where as you know, most colleges kind of waste money. They're not really they are a business, but they tend to hemorrhage money as much as possible. So in a similar way, they might also be overstaffed. So I almost feel like working for a college, I'm thinking of MIT's a college, right? Am I wrong? I feel like you'd have a good chance to stick around in a collegiate setting. Talk like a pirate day. We'll do that if we can. I have to finish all these stories before midnight, or I have to talk like a pirate. Good question. Do you take breaks between your stories? I always wondered that, or do you just keep going between the creepy ambient sound? Yeah, just keep rolling with it. I mean, sometimes we've been going for a while. I'll go pee in a toilet or a bucket. Go shit in a bucket right below me. What's up, Matt? Masturbators in town. That's where he works. No chance of them trying to get rid of you, or practically zero. Yeah, if anything, they're trying to put the concept of a time crunch on you to get things done more quickly than would be naturally expected, maybe to see how well you do under pressure. That might be true too. I mean, what was it again? They extend my position as senior engineer until December recruit. Yeah, I wonder if there's like something also like not giving you a permanent position doesn't require them to like give you insurance or something, or doesn't require them to like increase your pay after a certain period of time. You know what I mean? By just continuously doing extensions of like a previously existing like agreement. At the time, the then unidentified serial killer Ted Bundy was active on the West Coast, particularly in that city. Cece and her sisters had even cut their hair short as a precaution because Ted Bundy's targets... Cece and her sisters had even cut their hair short as a precaution because Bundy's targeted victims typically had long hair. These murders were at the forefront of the public's minds, and Cece used that as leverage to make their kidnappers take her word seriously. It was enough to plant a seed of doubt in their minds. Their intentions had never been good, but now they faced the added risk of her being immediately missed and the cops quickly getting involved. Cece continued talking to the men as they mulled over this information, all the while downplaying her own fear. "You guys don't really want to do this, do you? My boss is really strict about my breaks, and we'll all get into trouble real soon. I don't think any of us would want that." In the end, those terrible men decided that she wasn't worth the trouble. They pulled over near a grocery store, opened the door, and let her out before quickly driving off. Cece, still clutching her purse with the $3,000, ran into the store to call her dad. The cops got involved, but without any identification or license plate, these kidnappers were never caught, and no follow-up was ever made. In retrospect, Cece's kidnapping might not have been taken seriously by the police. I mean, this was 1975, just 1 year after American women were even legally allowed to open their credit cards without a male partner. It's frustratingly likely that Cece's abduction would be written off as a harmless joyride prank since she was neither assaulted nor robbed. And hopefully these men thought better of trying again with another incident. And hopefully those men thought better of trying again with another innocent bystander, but sadly, that might just be wishful thinking. Now, I want to end this story by saying how much I love my Aunt Cece and how grateful I am that she is a part of my life. She is an incredibly brave woman who has had many adventures traveling all over the world, doing photography and using her gift of gab to cultivate friendships that cross cultures and language barriers. I'm glad her narrow escape from abduction as a teenager did not diminish her adventurous spirit, but instead taught her how to survive in this very dangerous world. She has many stories, but she tells this one as a lesson in not becoming too relaxed in daily routines and in keeping emotions in check during frightening situations. How's the hot tub feel? It is fucking boiling in here, holy shit. At this point, I don't even feel my legs, my body fluids have flooded out of me. I can't even see out of my space helmet. It's so foggy. I think I'm blind. What else is new? Anything cool going on? What's up, Jade? Tenure means you're near impossible to fire. Oh, yeah. Never really understood that, though. Like, because you don't really get tenure at, like, a normal business. Like, why would a college Why would, like, what does that even mean within the collegiate setting? Because if a college is still a business, having tenure is like some sort of abstract idea specific to colleges, you know? And is it like a legally binding thing? Like once you get it, you just are locked in? Shout out to Texas, motherfucker. Love your channel, homie. Thanks, Caleb. Shout out to Tejas. Okay. I live with a murderer. I'm curious if I don't think I've read this story before, but if this sounds familiar, let me know. Fix this grammar. They need this professor for some specific area. Why do I sound sad? I don't know. I shouldn't sound sad. Let me turn off my sad and turn up the joyful knobs. Welcome everybody. It's Let's Read. I'm wearing a big trench coat. Hootie, welcome back for 33 months. As you always brighten my night during work shifts. Thank you, Hootie. Hope work's going okay for you. This channel is fire. It is fire, isn't it? We're actually going up in views recently, so I don't know what video is popping off. But that's making me happy, man. Love when the views go up. What did you join? Welcome to heaven. Lost in the mood. Welcome back for 22 months. Always happy to catch you live. Good to see you. 22 months. That's so, yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I don't even know, man. In 2004, I was 24 and worked at Taco Bell. My manager was 18. Okay, so it wasn't the best time of my life, but I digress. Okay, so it wasn't the best time of my life, but I digress. The manager and I became close friends. My little goth self and... God damn it, man. I can't seem to, like, find any... Also, why the fuck? Oh, I'm dumb. Here we go. In 2004, I was 24 and worked at Taco Bell. My manager was 18. It wasn't the best time of my life, but I digress. The manager and I became close friends. My little goth self and my jock altar boy manager were like the odd couple. He loved how I could talk to anyone and that my girlfriend was hot. I liked that he seemed more open and willing to be like a chameleon every time we hung out at the goth bar. He even went as far as to buy fishnet shirts for club nights. And as things happen, we had a falling out a couple of years into our friendship. He got fired from Taco Bell for harassment, which was pretty uncharacteristic. He thought he was close enough friends with one of the girls who worked nights with us to say, "Hey, while you're down there," when she kneeled to get cheese from the reach-in refrigerator. He got fired from his second job for altering inventory counts and stealing Gatorade crates from the gas station where he worked nights. And around this time, he decided to start working as a carpenter and began training for it. He bought all the necessary tools and started attending a vocational school to learn the trade. And soon, he was having fun hanging out into the wee hours of the night with his new friends from class, and by this point he was 21. One night while driving back from a bar, he was far too drunk to drive. He hit a median on the freeway, rolled his car, and broke his leg. The rent and cleaning fell to me. I wouldn't have minded, but he didn't even clean his dishes. They would get mold... Wait, are they roommates? When did they become did they say they were roommates? An absolute Chaddington. God, imagine getting fired for... While you're down there. I guess if you are the manager, it, like, weighs more on you, but I swear working in, like, a bar and stuff, like, the shit people would say all the fucking time. Everyone would be fired 9 times over. And they were roommates, okay. You ate Taco Bell 3 months ago. Damn, dude. Still feeling it. While your voice is my favorite out of all the YouTube channels, your pitch and tone is perfect, and the amount of time between pauses is also perfect. Oh, thank you, Lily. Appreciate that. Emphasis on everything you read. Yeah, I'm pretty fortunate that works out. Like, almost as I'm reading it, since it's like a cold read, if I'm like surprised, I can actually be like, and there was mold in the sink. Holy crap. Favorite fast food restaurant? Oh, shit. Good question. I'm gonna cry. Get like nervous. Fuck, man. I don't know. What are your guys' ones? I've never had food before. Our people only get to eat one squabble seed every 16 millennia. And that usually tides us over. There would be mold in the sink. These were dishes that I bought, and I told him that if he couldn't wash them, he should just use paper plates, and I ended up throwing the plates out. After he healed up and started working as a contractor, he began bringing friends over for loud parties while I was always trying to sleep in the other room. He would be drunk as hell, and we would fight. Mostly arguments, though he did throw a bottle at me once. It was so violent that I decided to just move out and go back home. A few years had passed, and in 2012 I graduated from college and moved to northern Wisconsin to work at a TV station. While having breakfast at a restaurant with my girlfriend, I got a text message from a friend back home asking what my old roommate's last name was. I told him, DeHunt, and sent a picture. Is this him? He asked. Yep, I texted back. And then he sent me a picture of the whole newspaper, and I almost threw up. There was the church kid, and carpenter turned thief's mugshot. He had just been convicted of murdering his girlfriend. And the story goes like this. He was dating a woman who worked at the courthouse as a clerk. She had never missed a day of work and suddenly missed 3 days with no call and no show. Her boss, a retired detective, called in a wellness check. When they went to her house, Will answered the door and held his hands out in front of him in a sort of handcuff me pose. And they did just that and looked inside. What they found was something out of a Rob Zombie script. The drywall was recently patched and the house had been cleaned. They peeled back the drywall patch and found black contractor bags with pieces of his skinned girlfriend inside. Fuck, I just banged the mic. God damn it. What's up, Keith? The drywall is recently patched. I get KFC instead, but they don't do chicken sandwich that I like. Usually take a... Dude, I don't know what it is about KFC, but it's just, I feel like it's seasoning and the sides. Well, actually, the chicken's not bad. I just remember the sides, like, not having a lot of flavor. Like, honestly, I wouldn't even mind if they added MSG to make it taste good. What's my TikTok? I don't even know. I think I have a TikTok, but I don't use it anymore. Same with Twitter. I recently just stopped using Twitter as well, just because neither one was really, like, serving any purpose. And I didn't get hooked into, like, the sort of algorithmic, content sense on TikTok like other people I know. It just kept showing me, like, stupid stuff, and the comment section on most TikTok stuff is, like, insufferable. Does that one still work, Fry? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I guess the Let's Read Clips. Yeah. 297 followers, baby. Hell yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It kind of sucks. Like, most social media just... if you're not getting any value from the promotion, it's just, like, so worthless. Make a TikTok free music. It seems like the best place to go these days to get people to play your songs. Yes, no, it's pretty easy. I mean, it's a Chinese spyware app, but sometimes you gotta take that risk. Can I eat something? Like in an ASMR style? Or maybe I can eat my phone. Been listening to your story since I was a sophomore in high school, and now I'm a freshman in college. Thank you for making videos as they are a form of stability in my quickly changing life. You're welcome, my friend. I definitely feel that, whenever things change, it's nice to have something consistent. Smash like, show some love, takes teamwork to make the dream work. Thank you. Smash that like button. Hey, Brittany, thank you for the 2. The drywall was recently patched, and the house had been cleaned. They peeled back the drywall patch and found black contractor bags with pieces of his skinned girlfriend inside. He had gotten drunk with her and they fought. He threw an ashtray at her, hitting her in the head. She fell and smacked her head on the counter. Panicking, he decided the best thing to do was strangle her to death and cut her into pieces in the basement with his sawzall. Sawzall? For Instagram Reels to TikTok. Yeah, it's like Instagram has like funny humor, I mean, the thing is, I've never actually given TikTok the appropriate time to like gauge my what's it called, like my algorithm to like actually send me funny stuff. But I don't know, whenever you finally go down those like random paths that just feel like completely worthless on TikTok, I just feel the same type of like disengaged that I felt on Twitter. Because on Twitter it's like you get memes. It's like this weird thing. It's like I even said before, I was like, if Twitter was just like the same as Instagram, where it's like funny memes and cat videos, I would like it. But then I started getting that, and it wasn't that good. And it was like, a lot of it felt like cumbersome and disorganized, and very boomer-esque, I guess. You know how like the disorganized memes that you would see on like your uncle or aunt's, like crazy uncle aunt, like their Facebook feed. That's the kind of shit that you would see on Twitter. And then you combine that with just like random people's like terrible takes on politics. Not saying mine are like any better or anything. And I'm just like, why am I here? Like, why am I on this fucking like absolutely dogshit worthless website that can't even, it's like trying to be Instagram, it's trying to be Reddit, but it's not like doing either one well, And I get it, some people like have to be on there or whatever, but I also get like 20 likes. I get like 20 likes on a tweet. My Twitter is fucking dead. I have no value there. No one even likes me. I like Reels, Shorts to just, yeah, and I get on Shorts. Shorts is nice because like a lot of the content I get on Shorts is like informative. And to me it's kind of fun. Like I get really lost on YouTube Shorts because it's not just like stupid memes. It's like if I want stupid memes, I go to Instagram. If I want like to just get like sort of semi more intelligent but also brain rotted, I'll go to YouTube Shorts. People in real life, hi, how are you? Yeah, I mean, I kind of hate that too about like Twitter, that concept exactly, where it's like they sit there and craft this, like when you're on the internet, especially when you're kind of like a no-life internet person like myself, who like I have a life outside of it, but being the fact that I make a lot of money online, I'm able to kind of see all of what the internet culture has been over the past half decade or whatever or more. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things, is that like the things that we talk about on the internet tend not even to be as important when you see it in real life or whatever. And it just seems to be like misrepresenting real life, but maybe not focusing on the things that are real. I don't know. It just seems like abstract that like tweets that some senator would put out that have like no meaning at all will be used in like some sort of congressional hearing. Or yeah, everybody should just be listening to Talk Tua. That's the only thing that matters, really. Peter Hargraves with a 2 says, asking you will receive. Right, you mean related to Twitter and like the puppy memes and shit. What even goes on Twitter unless you have an OnlyFans? That's true too, dude. Like, I thought about that. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't delete my Twitter, so in case I do an OnlyFans, I have somewhere to promote it. Not that I'm doing that right now, nor do I have one. But But then I'm like, fuck it, dude. I don't even want to exist in the realm of like OnlyFans, to be honest with you. It just seems like you would have to deal with so many people that you would rather just not deal with. Devsh Kaiser, thank you for the big 20. Says I have no idea what I'm doing. No, you did it perfect. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Very, very kind. I saw one comment hating on a couple saying they wish the girlfriend cheats on him with his cousin and they do it in front of him. Yeah, you know, people say things online and it's not very nice. And honestly, maybe that's their true self. Maybe that's what they mean when they say it. But, you know, a lot of the times when you think about the thoughts in your head, sometimes you have a thought in your head that's murder, right? You have a quick thought that pops in your head and it's like, I should kill, or we should push the person off a cliff. You don't do it, right? Because there's a billion other thoughts that go through your head to like filter that down a little bit to be like, yeah, that wouldn't be very becoming of me, you know, or that really wouldn't benefit the tribe too much. So sometimes I think what the comments you get online tend to just be not truly what someone feels, but what someone might feel like initially if they let the intrusive thoughts defeat them, you know. But in this case, because they can say it anonymously online, it's not something that's going to result in any sort of like negative outcome. Nor do I think it should be, because saying mean things online doesn't fucking really mean shit, I guess, unless you're like calling for other people to do bad stuff or whatever. Yo, Brittany, what's up? Bro's the biggest hater. Dude, same here though. That was probably my comment that I left, honestly. Oh, it's my conscience. I've heard of that before. It sounds familiar. Use the internet to let out pent-up aggression. And honestly, like maybe in a weird sort of psychological, like toying with ants type way. Like if ants, and you know, you get a bunch of ants into a big pile, like a big, not ants, fucking rats. You get a big rat pile, right? And like a scientific study. If you could give rats tiny little iPhones and Android phones and develop rat Instagram and let them say mean shit to each other via the app, they might actually never end up like biting each other in half, because in some sort of steam valve, they're releasing that pressure through like a simulated form of communication online, you know? So maybe it actually like minimizes psychologically their desire to express themselves violently. You never know. Intrusive thoughts def overrule my mind, but kindness has to be the first foot out the door, otherwise keep your mouth. Yeah, I mean, like in real life, you got to keep your shit together. You gave phones to a rural tribe and they all got lazy and porn addicted. Hell yeah, dude. Real AF. Panicking, he decided the best thing to do was strangle her to death and cut her into pieces in the basement with his sawzall. And that wouldn't do. On garbage day, people could see that it was a person, and so he used an X-Acto knife to skin the pieces, put them into the wall, and patched it up. I really did dodge a bullet. I could have been the verse, could have been the burst. I really did dodge a bullet. I could have been the first victim if I hadn't moved out of the way of that beer... Oh, God. I really did dodge a bullet. I could have been the first victim if I hadn't moved out of the way of the beer bottle. Why am I not getting this line? It just sounds so weird for some reason. The beer bottle he threw at me. We doing memberships for mistakes? Dude, the YouTube side of things won't let me do it. I want to, I genuinely do, but every time I do it, I get stuck in like an infinite like loading loop. Oh, I got an idea. What if I went to my stream on the actual because right now I'm popped out chat through OBS. What if I went to my stream here and then did it through there? Gifting. Yeah, dude. Even on here on my like YouTube page where I'm like looking at the live stream, which I guess technically must be the same feed as over on OBS, the streaming software. When I go to gift something, it just gets stuck in an infinite loop, and I don't know if it's because it's my own page or what, but yeah, I'm sorry about that. I would though, for show. Multiple usernames. I actually don't have multiple usernames on YouTube, which is kind of funny. Did you have an update recently? I guess it wouldn't matter for like a browser, because I think the browsers automatically update, right? Or I don't know. My mod's having trouble. Yeah, I guess I could like just pay my mods back later, but I don't want to like, you know, inconvenience them. If one of them does want to gift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess there's 10 stories tonight. One gift every time I make a mistake, and then I can pay them back later. That's like $50. But then there's tax too. I don't want to inconvenience them or make issue. I really did dodge the bullet. I could have been why can I not say? I gotta enunciate. I could have been the first victim if I didn't move out of the way of his beer bottle that he threw at me so long ago. Hey, Brittany, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. Thank you, thank you. You now have access to bonus content. What's up, Jonah? Alright. These have been some pretty co-weepy stories so far. Excuse me, what the hell is that? Was that Pradeep? Fix this grammar. Hola, ¿cómo está todo mundo? Todo mundo. More like Telemundo. Hola! Listening when I was inpatient helped so much. Well, you're welcome, Haley. I'm glad we could help get you out of there. I scared you with the burp. That's funny. My boyfriend overheard the burp from his desk and said, based. That's so funny. Just like casually looking down at his paper. Based, yeah. Okay. I'm 31 and female, and although I may not be considered old to tell you this story, I have to take you back several years. At the time of this incident, let's call it that. Okay. At the time of this incident, yeah, let's call it that. Just an incident. At the time of this incident, I was 24. I was working for a popular convenience store chain in my area and had managed to climb up the promotional ladder to assistant manager. Often, I was the closing manager on duty, which typically wasn't an issue. I was employed in a suburban area of North Carolina, and my store didn't close until 10 p.m. I had worked plenty of closing shifts despite the climbing crime rate in my area. I considered myself someone who could handle things on my own. But one night, that confidence was shattered. Because until you actually have to handle yourself, you truly don't know if you can. I came into work that Friday at my usual start time of 3 p.m. and was scheduled to close. My last employee shift ended at 8 p.m. Typically, Tiffany. That's my new podcast name. Not a Jackie Chan. Thank you for the 5. Says I heard a cool quote. Maybe you'll like it. Basically, you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into to begin with. I guess that's a good point. Yeah. There's a lot of thought processes within the modern sort of Western culture that's very religious in concept. And it's hard to walk someone out of a religion because it's like trying to decondition their mind to like cult-like thinking in a weird way. I guess maybe you could sort of create those parallels, or at least point out the inconsistencies with their points, if you want to. But yeah, sometimes people are just a lost cause. Ooh, as an older person in the UK would say, that burp came from tour boots. Tour boots. Oh, like from the war. That's a blitzkrieg joke, isn't it? My deployment is canceled and I'm getting discharged from the military. Really, RJ? Well, hopefully not for like negative reasons, I hope. Oh, that burp came from your that burp came from your boots. Yeah, that sounds like something that Bilbo Baggins would say. Oh, that burp came from your boots. I just imagine like Gandalf like lets out like a huge disgusting one, and then like Pippin. Oh, that one came from your boots, Gandalf. And like Gandalf looks down, he's like, just like shoos him away with his foot. Get the fuck away from me, you disgusting hobbit. No sound. You gotta tell her to click the unmute button. You had a Muslim tell you you're going to hell because you're an artist and was doing someone's portrait. Is that like a sinful thing to do within Islam or something? Typically, after that time, there was nothing much to do in the store except for front-facing, cleaning, and other closing duties. And once those were finished, I usually spent my free time on my phone until it was time to lock up and clock out. Part of the closing duties involved taking the trash out to the dumpster behind the store. This night was no different. Aside from the creepy darkness, the back lot was illuminated by a single light in the parking lot. I had never had any issues taking out the trash, and none of my employees had ever reported any problems either. But this night would prove. Burp again. You were the one that said there was no sound. But now you're like, burp again, please. More burps. Hey, Tree Flesh, what's up? But this night would prove to be very different. As I approached the dumpster and threw in the bags of trash, I heard a squelching sound. To me, it sounded like an animal possibly eating something, maybe another animal. So I grabbed a long stick, planning to hit the side of the dumpster and scare away whatever was there. I stepped to the side and peeked around the back corner of the dumpster, and that's when I made eye contact with a man crouched down. He was looking over his shoulder with a knife in his teeth. As we locked eyes, he continued to saw into something, producing a lot of blood. Not wasting any time, I maintained eye contact with him as I slowly backed away. He grinned, the knife still between his teeth, and began to stand. I still had no idea what he was sawing into. Honestly, I didn't want to find out, and still locking eyes with him, I backed away faster, calculating when to turn and run for my life back into the store. About halfway through the back lot, the man, now on his feet, began walking toward me. When I decided to run, it was like he read my mind. He charged at me. I took off with every bit of speed I could muster, reaching the back door of the store just as he got there. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and set the alarm. Shaking, I pulled out my phone and called the police. All the while, this stranger was banging on the door, yelling in some strange language that I'd never heard before. About 20 minutes later, I was hiding between the aisles in the store because the entire front of the store was made of glass, and he could see me if he looked. Let's brap. This is story 3 of 10. Oh, fuck. I wish I could just like float in like a big vat of sort of like Becta fluid. Kind of maybe have like some sort of intubation tube in my throat, but then just like sort of, read these stories and communicate them to you guys like telepathically, making zero mistakes. That'd be so sick. Your house is being haunted again by a stinky fart ghost that keeps coming out of my butt. I went to membership gifting and it was doing what you were talking about, Joel, just loading icon. Oh, okay, so yeah, at least it's not just me. I was a little bit worried, that I might have gotten like banned or something from doing it because, I don't know, you just assume that someone would make like a poor managerial decision saying like gifting yourself subs is a no-no or something. But why would it be? It's like still money, positive money in YouTube's bank account. They make yawn vaccines, yeah. Do you like Smart Schoolboy 9? I heard about that, but like I didn't really like do any deep dives into it or anything. I was curious. What the? Oh shit! Ooh, 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 ooh. That was a twerk. Holy shit! Dev Kaiser with the big 50 buccarinos. This is the biggest we had in a while. Says it's not letting me join the members, so I guess this will do for now. Oh fuck! So everybody's having the issue. That's a bit odd. But people were joining earlier, so maybe it's just, hopefully it's not like a specific to me type thing. But thank you so much, Kaiser. Very, very kind. Very, very kind indeed. Do I watch Queso? I've seen Queso. I will be honest with you, like, out of all the upcoming streamers, I enjoy Queso a lot. Like, within that realm of, like, sort of ADHD, like, I've got the Shakes crew, Queso seems, I don't know, there's just a natural feeling in me that seems chill. I mean, they all seem chill, Well, honestly, I guess like iShowSpeed is probably like the most entertaining out of that younger content creators coming up. Like, I swear to God, every time that was actually the one positive thing on Twitter, is every time I would sign on Twitter, it would be like, yeah, I am Queso. That'd be fun. Every time I signed on Twitter, like, iShowSpeed would be doing something fucking nuts. Like, absolutely nuts, like almost getting like fire shot into his face by like one of those like robots, dogs, or like driving some tuk-tuk or whatever type golf cart and crashing it, or like jumping over a fucking car. Like, the guy is insane. I mean, yeah, I understand why some people might not find him funny or maybe even find him annoying, but you have to admit, like, he's got fucking like talent. Like, literal, like, infinite energy, infinite, like, athleticism. Like, his timing is, like, impeccable with everything. Like, dude, when that fucking thing shot fire at his face, he literally dodged the fucking fire. And I feel like little old me, if I was, like, a 12-year-old who watched, streams of that sort, I'd be fucking shitting my pants going crazy. No, not Queso. Honestly, I don't really know what Queso does. I assume he's just gaming in his room, and unfortunately, everybody just rags on him for being fat or whatever, but I'm sure he'll actually probably, like, I could see Queso getting like jacked or whatever, like super strong if he wants to. He might already be very strong. Clayton Benjamin, thank you for the 5. So someone once said you sound like Itachi Uchiha Ichida. But I say you sound like Android 17. Keep up the good work, old friend. Thank you, Clayton. Now I want to hear these voices so I can do a terrible 6 out of 10 impression. Also, Video Game Donkey's been putting out like a video a day, and honestly, I enjoy it. I like Donkey a lot. And Boop, thank you for the gifter too, Meli Sakura. Okay, well at least we know the gifts are working for some. Just others, it seems to be like a overall glitch, maybe on YouTube as a whole. Itachi Uchida voice. Oh, I think we might have watched this before. Each of us lives dependent and bound by our individual knowledge. Yeah, I guess if you're, you know, I definitely, like, oh man, I wish I could have done anime voice acting, because it's like, so much of it is like pretty monotone for the most part. I mean, you do have like huge freakouts and high energy stuff and whatever. But God, I feel like mine would have fit in really nice on somebody, you know, whoever it would have been. But thank you. And then what was the other one? Android 17. Dude, I love Dragon Ball Z, dude. I miss that shit. I miss the feeling of like wonder that it gave me as a kid. DBZ Android 17 Majin Buu. It's been a long time since I heard that voice. Well, what do we have here? I didn't even know he sounded like that. I do not remember him sounding like that. Is he fat in an obese way or a linebacker way? I think Queso is he's like more of an offensive lineman, I guess, if you want to compare him within the football realm. He may have played football when he was younger. He seems like, it's like, he seems husky, you know? Hey, Lauren NASCAR, thank you so much for the 5 gifters. Well, at least we know, yeah, we definitely know it's working now. Huge, thank you so much to, welcome Chillax, Matt Browning, Tiffany, Terry Para, and Amy P. Maybe Amy Poehler, you never know. You guys now have access to bonus content. And Boop, welcome back for 8 months, says you can gift on the mobile app. It seems the desktop has given me the same issue. Okay, so maybe it's just a desktop thing. I do kind of wish that like YouTube would invest a little bit more, you know what I mean, into their YouTube streaming. Like, I understand their video stuff is making them the big bank, but I really can't imagine. I mean, maybe it just costs so much to make like sweeping changes to stuff, but I really can't imagine it would be too much. But maybe I'm just not there and don't understand it. Maybe it's like fucking the code is just like straight up spaghetti. Sarah R, thank you and welcome back for 15 months. As always, try to be here for the lives. It's so therapeutic to so many of us. Thanks. You're welcome, Sarah. Thank you. You met Bulma at a DBZ card tourney. That's fucking awesome. Which one was Bulma as far as the voice actors go? For some reason, I was thinking it was the Bailey actress, but I realized she was Kid Trunks. Yo, Kid Trunks. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. What is it saying when someone becomes a member? Sounds like twist your wrist off. Oh, it's what does it say? I think it says mischievous dog. It's from you could look it up on YouTube. Mischievous dog. It's from mischievous dog. There it is. Kaiser, welcome to the Better Sock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Yeah, it's from Chills. A classic chillism. What's up, bands? Okay, sorry, I gotta get locked in. About 20 minutes later, I was hiding between the aisles in the store because the entire front of the store was made of glass and he could see me if he looked in. Then, I heard a tapping sound on the glass door. At first I froze, thinking it was the man with the knife, but soon an officer announced his presence, and slowly I crept out of my hiding spot and saw 3 local police officers with flashlights. I went to the door and let them in. As we made our way to the back of the store, I explained that the guy had stopped banging and yelling a while ago. I didn't think that he was still there, but there was no way that he could have cleaned up everything behind the dumpster in that short period of time. I turned off the alarm and unlocked the back door for them to go outside, and curiosity got the best of me and I followed, eager to see what they would find. One of the officers asked me to point to where I had seen the man. I pointed to the only dumpster in the lot, explaining that he was crouched behind it, sawing into something that was producing a lot of blood. And just as I finished explaining, another officer shone his light on the asphalt and said, "Oh, y'all gotta take a look at this." We could all make out the clear impressions of bare human footprints in what seemed to be a brownish-red liquid leading across the lot toward the store and fading out about halfway back. Perhaps to rule out the possibility of some cruel joke, 2 officers pointed their flashlights at my feet, confirming that I was indeed wearing my non-slip black work shoes and had no blood on me. Approaching the dumpster, one officer positioned himself in front of me while the others drew their weapons. One of them shouted in a very stern voice, "Police officer, if you're back there, show yourself. Come out with your hands up." And there was no response. As they turned the corner, they all sighed in unison, and what they found was a pool of blood, a knife, but no person. There was no animal or body, just blood, and a lot of it. They cordoned off the scene with yellow crime scene tape and began gathering some evidence, eventually allowing me to leave after giving my statement. The man behind the dumpster was apprehended a couple of days later, from what I heard, in his own home, which was only a few miles from the store. He was arrested and questioned, and after hours of interrogation, the man admitted to abducting and killing a child from his trailer park. What I witnessed was the dismemberment of this child. His pursuit of me was to ensure that I had seen nothing. I wouldn't be able to talk about it. Oops. Wonder if they say who it was. I hate whenever stories are real extravagant like that, but don't have the specifics, because I'm like, did it really happen? If you're pooping back there, wipe slowly. That's funny. Got a big load to shoot. And all of a sudden, the shit shoots out from around the dumpster into the cop's face. Come out with your hands up and pants down. His pursuit of me was to ensure that if I had seen something, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. After this incident, I refused to close the store again, and my store manager agreed. Not long after, I took a position in another store within the same company in what seemed to be a safer area, and I am grateful that they caught him, because this man was looking for me. He was apprehended just a few hours after coming into the store and asking the only... Wait. After this incident, I refused to work in the store, and not long after, I took a position in another store within the company which seemed safer. I am grateful they caught him, because this man was looking for me. He was apprehended just a few hours after coming to the store and asking... Does that line up? The asking about him, but then also later being, I guess, arrested in his own trailer park or whatever? The man was admitted to abducting and killing a child. The man was... Okay, so... Yeah, I guess that does kind of line up, because it's just weird. It seemed like they told it out of order. Yeah, child dismemberment stories. I don't know. Who knows if the story even happened, because if they don't really give specifics and you haven't heard it in the news. Greek yogurt with 14 grams of protein. Nice. Nice. I am grateful they caught him because this man was looking for me. He was apprehended just a few hours after coming into the store and asking the on-duty cashier for me by name. I said earlier that he was picked up a few days later, but nah, I don't know, I'm trying to I am grateful they caught him because this man was looking for me. He was apprehended just a few hours after coming into the store and asking the on-duty cashier for me by name. Knowing the situation, the cashier, who is now a close friend, called in the suspicious man who was asking for me, and he was trying to get her to tell him where I worked next, if I worked often, and even for a fake number. Wait, this doesn't add up. So he was picked up, right, listen to this. After hours of interrogation, he was picked up a couple of days later, right, in his home, which was only a few miles from the store. He was arrested and questioned. After hours, he admitted to it, right? After this incident, I refused to close the store again. My store manager agreed. Not long after, I took a position at another store within the same company. Presumably that wouldn't just be a couple of days, right? Yeah, I don't think Chat BBC really changes too much of the story, but I don't know. Joel, I lost my best friend as in Sir unfriended me. Why'd they unfriend you? After the incident, I refused to close the store again, and my store manager agreed. Not long after, I took a position at another store within the same company in what seemed to be a safer area. Please say hi, I love you. Hello, I love you. I glove you. Don't keep peanut butter in the fridge. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good idea. The yogurt brand is Dannon Light and Fit. When I read out loud, my voice interrupts my inner voice. Really? Interesting, man. Maybe you just had to get used to it or whatever, but I feel like I don't even hear my inner voice whilst reading out loud. It feels like they're in sync with each other, so I don't hear it. Do you read the stories under contract to get paid, or are you doing it for entertainment? I don't understand what you mean by that. The YouTube channel is monetized, if that's what you're saying, yeah. Whenever these get made into a full video, there are ads within the videos and stuff. Asked for help getting me moved with my husband. She gave me the money for me to move. Then her boyfriend asked for it back, and I went to move with my husband. I don't follow. I don't know why I'm having trouble following everyone's wording. Maybe I'm having a stroke. Speaking of giving money, I mentioned before about having family that has issues with hard drugs, and they were it's like a tough situation. This family member is under the interpretation I don't know that they're on hard drugs, which is just goes to show you how much the drugs have rattled their brain, that they somehow thought that other people in my family wouldn't tell me or whatever, and then I gave them money at one point under the interpretation that they were clean, but because they had an incident that resulted in them being removed from their previous residence, and so I thought all right, give them some money, help them get on their feet. They ended up using none of the money to get on their feet, by the way. And, I was just thinking about them. They were like, kind of texting me and stuff like that more recently, and like asking how I was doing or why they hadn't heard from me and stuff. And I kind of was just ignoring them because I was just sort of like washing my hands of the situation. I'm just kind of done with it. And then I like texted them. I was like, hey, I just want you to get clean. I don't want to see you, destroy yourself, blah, blah, blah. And then immediately after saying that, they were like, went into like hyper defense angry mode, not addressing the fact that they were on drugs, like hard drugs, but pissed at the fact that like that people had told me. And, were very, very angry at the people that told me about it, which is just like so fucking brain dead to think that they wouldn't tell me, or that I wouldn't like know, or I don't know, just stupid. And yeah, and then they just went on like long tangents that just like seemed like borderline schizophrenic or whatever, and I'm like, whatever, I'm not even gonna fucking. And then they and a few days later I get like texts today like saying, basically just trying to manipulate me or whatever into like feeling bad or whatever about something. And then I was just, I was just going to be like, I still support you and, want you to get well, blah, blah, blah. But then they fucking immediately went into like asking for more money. I was like, Jesus Christ, have thee no shame, But then I had another friend who had some pretty direct experiences with, overcoming hard drugs. It's a tough world, once you're in there. I thankfully never had to deal with that, and I can't imagine if I did. I mean, that would be a living hell, I'm sure. But they told me, they're like, if you give that person more money, you essentially are killing them, because you are enabling their habit that they won't be able to fight. And I don't know. The downside, I get glitter poop bombed every once in a while. I know, it sucks. From YouTube themselves, yeah. But it's just strange, like, I don't know. It's just strange, like, how manipulative drugs can be, both to their mind, but then convincing themselves that what they're saying is good, or... Yeah, it really is a no-win situation. Yeah, they didn't even butter me up. They just went right into the I need money. What's up? My name is I Need Money. First name Ini, last name Money. It's more nuanced than that, but I totally get it. I make a joke also, so I won't be sad. I feel you, yeah. I'm not trying to downplay anybody, and that shit. It's I literally think that to myself. I'm like, if I, got into an accident and like, burns are one of those things that like some people just like, the pain is just like persistent or whatever forever. I don't know if it's forever, but it's a long time and it's very painful. But you end up on opiates, right? Pain meds, very addictive, and yeah, that sometimes leads to heroin because it's like cheaper and stronger or whatever. And I can't imagine. I've seen so many people, like, they just become totally different people because they're addicted to drugs. And it's just so sad because it's just like completely alternative human being. Someone would say they're possessed, but I think it's just a complete rewiring of the brain's like dopaminergic like reward systems in the brain, and the only goal within that mind is to receive said drug for that dopamine reward. Those are your backgrounds. That's Robin Mikalsen. I won't touch narcotics, but I had an ankle injury 2019 resulting in multiple failed surgeries. Now have to have any amputation. Alcohol is the only thing that dulls the pain enough to sleep. Damn, dude. Just deal with constant pain. Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, once you get down that road, you just never know. It's like, it might just get worse, life might just get worse. coworker who was hooked on drugs now because of painkiller addiction. Yeah, and it's so insidious too because you don't see it coming. Like, you think about like the boomer generation or really anybody. We're like so trusting of the pharmacological system. We're like, oh, I'm going through this. This is their solution. They promise it will be good. Oh, now I'm fucking sucking dick behind a dumpster for meth. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a bit of a slippery slope. Next thing you know, you're starting a YouTube page. Okay. Story 4. Supposed to trust doctors. Yeah, I mean, but doctors, there are good doctors out there for sure. Most doctors tend to be good, and most doctors also are just mainly going off of their education. But doctors do get kickbacks from things to like push medications, to push certain products, within the surgical realm. Like some doctors, you may have seen those like things where it like inflates around your feet or whatever to increase blood flow while you're stuck in bed for a little bit and that kind of thing to avoid blood clots. And, maybe the system does work, but the doctors do get a kickback for like using those products on their patients every time. So, those incentivization systems do exist. And so, humans are fallible in that way for sure, to lead other humans down fallibility. To start off, this is a bit longer. I thought about sharing some of these stories before, but recently some things have happened that I need to get off my chest. I work at a data destruction company. We provide large trash bins to our clients, which they fill with any sensitive information they want to destroy. Our truck drivers pick up the bins, and then we separate the paper from any trash or folders. There's also a loading dock where anyone can bring items. After that, everything goes to the shred floor, which is where I work. These shredders are large and can destroy up to 2 tons of paper a day. Now, sorry for the logistics, but it's hard to tell this story without explaining how it all works. Fortunately, no, this isn't a story about some horrific shredding accident, but I digress. As you can imagine, the documents we destroy are considered sensitive or classified, even if it's just junk mail. Bank statements, medical records, school papers, court records, pretty much anything you can think of. 90% of the stuff I see daily is boring and isn't worth looking at for more than the time it takes to throw it into the shredder. But there's some interesting stuff too. In the 4 months I've worked here, I've seen social security cards dating back to the 30s or 40s, report cards from the 50s, rosary beads, religious pamphlets from the 40s, which you can guess are very sexist, condoms, thankfully unused, a family photo album from the 70s full of photos from a trip to Disneyland, and even cash, the largest sum being $11,000 that a family unknowingly dumped after their mother passed away. With an amount this high, we found the... Excuse me. The orthodontist tried to convince you to get jaw surgery because my lower jaw was about 2 centimeters too long. Jaw surgery? Was it just like to make the process of like braces easier or something like that? Is it something that like braces themselves couldn't like pull out or whatever? Hey, Mexicano, thank you, good to see you. Oh, the braces are the things doing the adjusting of the jaw. Okay, interesting. Wonder if the recovery process would have been faster through surgery. Wonder if he's the one that does the surgery, the orthodontist, or just like references to an oral surgeon. Yo, Cody, what's up? You got a new book in today? It better not be Cat in the Hat again. Back to listening and making dough for bread and meal preps for a client, y'all. Nice, dude. Yeah, the meal prepping business is awesome. I love that idea. And even cash, the largest sum being $11,000 that a family unknowingly dumped after their mother passed away. And with an amount this high, we found the family and returned the money, and most cash gets thrown into a fund for a Christmas party for the employees. These are just mildly interesting things in what is largely a lot of extremely boring material. However, there's also a darker side to what we're destroying. No one ever thinks about what happens to things like crime scene photos or autopsy reports after they're no longer needed. Well, you guessed it. They end up with me at the shredder. I'm not a stranger to gore or dark subject matter. I'm submitting this to this subreddit after all. But some things you just can't shake off. Experience number 1. One time I was sorting through heaps of paper with my coworker. Heaps of paper. One time I was sorting through heaps of paper with a coworker when something caught our eye. A big folder had spilled its contents, and there in front of us was a stack of about 20 pages, each containing a full-color page-sized image that told a story. It was a warehouse setting, with a big red container that appeared to be full of ashes. As we went through the photos, we saw him. Among the ashes was a highly visible vest, and in the vest was the charred body of a man. From what we could tell, this man had fallen or been pushed into an incinerator. The aftermath showed him burnt to a crisp, with close-up photos of his genitalia, face, hands, and burst abdomen exposing his intestinal tract. Experience number 2. Since we sort out all the trash from the paper, we end up with big bins of nothing but garbage. We're talking folders, binders, glossy advertisements, printed photos, VHS tapes, CDs, Polaroids, you name it. These items still contain sensitive information, so they need to be destroyed separately to avoid mixing them with our recyclable material. So, every once in a while we have trash shredding days. Trash days are my favorite because that's where the cool stuff is found. So I'm enjoying the trash shredding when I come across some plastic pages with slots for Polaroids, and think of this like a sleeve for Pokemon cards. I look at the Polaroids, and it takes me a moment to realize I'm staring at a torso full of stab wounds. There were a dozen or so Polaroids, each showing a different murder victim. Gunshot wounds, people who had taken their own lives, slit throats, accidents. 2 of them stand out the most. One was a woman who had fallen backward off a stepladder and was internally decapitated when she hit the wall behind her. The fact that this was just some freak accident was both humbling and disturbing. The other was a fully nude woman whose head was wrapped in duct tape, with her feet and hands also restrained. The only part of her face visible was from her forehead to the bridge of her nose. A look of terror and pain froze in her eyebrows. There are many other things I've seen here that have haunted me, but maybe I'll share those another time. One of the hardest parts for me is feeling like I can't tell many people about this. I never expected that a paper shredding job would put me face to face. Yeah, just close your eyes as you're doing your job. Ever watched Soft White Underbelly? Oh, wait, that's a comedy podcast, right? With something Lee, and the redhead guy? Or is that somebody else? No, that's Dragon. Something, I forget. Joe is a lisp. to shreds, you say? One of the hardest parts for me is feeling like I can't tell many people about this. I never expected that a paper shredding job, god damn it. I watch Soft White Underbelly all the time. He interviews like heroin addicts, military people, prostitutes. He travels a lot. He has a couple people that are reoccurring episodes on his channel. Okay, interesting. I swear I've heard of it. Oh, Bad Friends. Yeah, I got that mixed up. I don't know why I thought it sounded so familiar to him for some reason. I never expected that a paper shredding job could... Fuck. I never expected that God damn it. I never expected that I never... Does it seem like I'm a bad friend and that's why she unfriended me? I gotta be honest, when I read your kind of like reasoning about like moving stuff, I didn't really follow what you were trying to say. One of the hardest parts for me is feeling like I can't tell many... Enzify with the 35 big ones says, hey, let's read. I've been lurking for years. I love your yapping. Been listening to your stories while at the gym. I just got a new job and decided to share in the excitement. Well, congratulations. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the big 35 twerkable amount. We're twerking hard tonight. Thank you so much. And thank you for lurking. I hope you're getting swoley at the Jimmy. I got a really nice voice. Thank you. She loaned me money so that I could move out of my dad's house and into my husband's house in a different state. Okay. And then now you're going to pay her back, right? That's the whole spiel there, I assume. One of the hardest parts for me is feeling like I can't tell many people about it. I never expected that a paper shredding job would put me face to face with such a dark side of humanity. Okay. Is there a clip we should watch from Soft White Pork Belly? $50,000 views. Oh. Well, this one's pretty. Incest Lies, videotape. Life's Cruel, Symphony Bear.
Where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
I am from Birmingham, Michigan.
And tell me about your family growing up.
Okay, so I'm the oldest. It's
Watch the Rebecca ones. Okay, where do we find Rebecca? Oh, is it the... Oh my God, I know this guy.
Right.
Farrah Fawcett is here.
This is... I've seen this in memes multiple
Cosmo,
times.
introduce yourself. Tell us who you are.
This is like Tim
'Cause some
Dillon.
people probably don't know who you are.
Yeah, so my name is Cosmo Lambino, also known as the Queen
Cosmo.
of Melrose. I've been on Melrose 35 years with clothing stores, giving fashion
Oh my
to
God, how many
celebrities,
cigarettes a
the
day?
girl next door, the girl going to prom. You could literally walk in my store and have everything's priced from like 20. Cut to, then we moved out here. Yeah, and then I was doing hair out here in people's houses. I had to get my license.
Maybe I'll watch that one later. Privately. Do you know who Francis Edek is? I do not know. You talking about the host of Soft White Underbelly? What about him? Is he just kind of like a neutral party or something? Oh, he's a Jehovah now? Look at a series with the Whitakers, an inbred family from West Virginia. Jesus Christ. Do I knew Franz Kafka? He's very Kafka-esque. Okay, I actually have to put this one through the grammar check. Okay. And fix the syntax. There you go. Why are men always burping? Well, I was drinking some Dr. Peppers, so I'm a little bubbly down there. You ever have a Zin? Yeah, I use, when my buddy comes over on the weekends sometimes, we'll go on walks and stuff, and he'll give me Zins. And I like them. And for a while there, I would just like use them while I was like gaming. But then I realized, I'm like, dude, these make me feel a little anxious. So I just took the remainder of the ones that I had and threw them out. I mean, I still use them whenever like my friend offers me one, but I'm not going to go out of my way to buy Zins anymore, because, you know, what's the point of being addicted to nicotine in such a silly way, too? I know your gyms are crying. Oh, my gums, yeah. No, yeah, there would be some irritation on the gums a little bit when I would do it. It was annoying. I'm like, dude, having irritation to any cells, no matter where it is in your gut, on a piece of, you know what I mean, like alterations to your skin through UV rays, things of that nature, it can cause mutations that can lead to cancerous growth. So, you know, Zins might be a little bit better than fucking straight up chew, but I still, yeah, you put the Zin directly in my pee hole. They should make that. Guys, putting in an uppy decky is not so good for your health. That's why we design Zins that go cylindrically into your urethra. Don't forget it's in there, though. And if it burns when you pee, it's supposed to. Speaking of addiction, have you or will you ever do stories related to tripping on drugs? I actually did like a volume or two of that in the past. Drug trip stories. Way back, 2016 maybe. But it's just not really within my wheelhouse anymore, I guess. Joel, we're going to pay her back, and my husband and I just both need jobs to pay her back faster. Okay, yeah, I mean, understandable. I mean, I think the tough thing with friends that maybe your friends should understand is that when you give friends money, it's hard to really expect them, family and friends, to like pay you back. Not that you shouldn't expect them to pay you back, and for your honorable side, you should honorably honor her giving you the money and paying her back, and not take advantage of your friend, obviously. But, maybe there's other reasons why they defriended or blocked you or whatever, that they just don't feel like communicating because it seems like more of a can of worms they don't want to open up right now. I survived brain cancer, got turned away from 2 hospitals because they told me I was drug seeking. That's weird. Even no history of that? You should look up Francis E. Deck. Francis Edict? Or is this like a D's Nuts joke or something? Francis E. Deck. Oh no, it's a person. Oh, it's music. Your only hope for future. Can I just ask ChatGPT what it is? I don't feel like watching that. I got a plethora. Oh, not for me. I was a bartender and dancer, shop boy, escort. Dude, I have stories I can write for you. Yeah, send them in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. You know what to do. How many people are divorced? Dude, I know so many divorced people. I would say like almost everyone I know. Not everyone I know. But like it's almost like more amazing to me that like I meet someone who's like in a maintained relationship versus a divorce. It's sad. Honestly. Sad state of affairs. Your mom has been divorced 3 times. That's crazy. Have you ever asked her why? I have been into urban exploration, or urbex for short, for a couple of years now. Living in Europe, specifically Germany, there are always reasonably nearby sites to visit. I started by venturing into well-researched urbex areas with my friends. At the time, I was a teenage girl who was afraid to explore alone, afraid of being assaulted, kidnapped, mugged, or murdered. Eventually, after about a year of urbexing with friends, I decided I was competent enough to explore on my own. I had become knowledgeable about what safety measures to take, for instance, wearing equipment like masks when entering old buildings due to the likelihood of asbestos particles being present. One should also wear thick clothes and sturdy shoes to avoid stepping on or bumping into anything sharp and harmful. I always scoped out the buildings and pre-planned entry and exit routes. Additionally, I shared my location with one of my closest friends every time I went on an adventure. I had successfully urbexed several times alone and covered many abandoned places across eastern Germany. However, in July 2018, things went very wrong. It was the peak of summer, and because I had explored almost all the places near me, I had to resort to more tedious methods of finding new spots. I began researching bunkers that were used in various wars in Germany, especially during World War II. I came across one in the depths of a forest about a 3-hour drive from my city. I was quite certain that it would be there, and when I arrived, it was. It was. Fuzzy Wuzzy was da. Oh, you were there with all of them. Oh, man. Tough shit, you know? It's just not tough shit, but I mean, like, it is just, life is just tough shit. It's just rough. People expect the relationship to not change. It's unreasonable. People change, so relationships must adapt too. Yeah, you know, I don't know. Marriage is just, I just don't think, like, humans as a whole, like, we can make commitments to each other, and that does sound very nice to maintain a sweet monogamous connection for life, but I sometimes think maybe it's just too poetic of an expectation for all the variations between humans and their thoughts and expectations, and the fact that, I mean, like, as a human race, like, we only really go on because we procreate, and that seems to be, like, the primary motivation why most men and women interact with each other in the first place, is just sort of a deep-seated need to have sex, you know, and procreate. That doesn't mean that you can't find somebody good. It's just statistically very hard. So make sure you find someone good before you devote your whole life to them. Gonna find a good church man and have 10 babies. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad... I mean, the one people in my life that are still in relationships successfully were the religious types, you know, because it seems that they have, you know, when you look at the things that make people happy in life, it's not so much about the money you have or the things available to you. It's your religious sort of connection, your spiritual connection to something higher and something that gives you a stronger sense of purpose, family, and community, you know. So those are all sort of oriented around those kind of things. Advice for chillax. Where's that at? Where should I go? I've seen a lot of war and only came home with half a regiment. Yeah, I guess I don't know a whole lot about that, but it seems like there's got to be some place where other veterans might exist, and you might be able to, like, go there. Preferably not to a place that causes you to drink or anything, because, you know, you don't want to get addicted to any of that stuff. It's so hard to maintain a marriage. Unfortunately, divorce rate is through the roof. I don't think that piece of paper matters. It's very expensive to get a divorce. Yeah, I mean, not to throw out my one friend's stuff, but he's currently getting a divorce, like a very nasty divorce from his wife, who completely fucked him over, you know what I mean? Like, she went crazy, she cheated, she was always the one to, like, start problems, become an alcoholic, all this crazy shit. And then now all of a sudden, like, they're about to go through the divorce proceeding stuff after dealing with crazy custody crap that she tried to screw him over on, even though she's more of the unfit parent, and much more of the unfit parent than he would. You know, he's a really good parent. And yeah, it's so insane. It's like everything she does is like out of spite, and like doesn't like see reality for what it is. You know, would rather her, I don't even know how, I mean, I guess alcohol led her to this perspective, but it's just psychotic, you know. But now he's been going through this, like, and it's expensive, dealing with lawyers, and like his lawyer just recently like dropped him because he's not really sure how to proceed for the divorce aspect. You know, the custody thing was relatively new for the lawyer, but just like pisses me off because he's kind of just getting thrown around, you know, and it's like, what can he do? I don't know how cheating is normalized. I don't know. I think like, and sometimes it's like people convince others that like cheating is like empowering or something, but it's not empowering. Like, all you're doing is like debasing yourself and the other partner, you know. And if you're feeling a certain way, you probably feel way better if you just discuss with them, like, hey, I'm not happy, you know, let's figure something out. But it is kind of insane to me, like, observing the divorce process here in Pennsylvania. It really does, even though my buddy is literally a fucking good dad, like a sober, normal person who works, you know, it's like his wife made all the mistakes, and the Pennsylvania court system, like, purposely has to, like, goes out of its way to like show a negative bias towards fathers, you know, and like it's almost like he has to like doubly prove, you know, that she is the one in the wrong on so many different things. And even that just doesn't seem to work to his benefit. It's like the courts just like look at him like he's immediately perceived as the scum. And it's insane. Just an insane thing. Is Pennsylvania worth moving to? I would say no, because Philadelphia fucking sucks. It's violent and it's full of shit. Pittsburgh's okay. You know, it's probably like the most okay of the cities, but it's still not great, depending on where you go. Maybe you can go to like Scranton. Scranton's kind of chill, I guess. Nice shops and shit or whatever. I don't fucking know. Pennsylvania sucks. I mean, there's beauty anywhere you can find, but it's not as memorable as any other ones. And there, what is the state tax is like 3.1% or something. So it's definitely not as like the bad as like the 11% fucking California state tax on top of your local, on top of your federal. So you're not, you know, fucking hemorrhaging too much, but it's definitely not as good as like the no federal tax or no state tax in like Florida and I think Texas. Can you imagine, like, imagine how good that must have felt for, like, all of those, like, entertainers who are making lots of money, and then they moved to, or, like, businesses, and then they moved from California, where they were getting gouged on taxes for a place that was run by fucking idiots, to now just, like, not having to pay, you know, 10% out their ass. Williamsport, Wilkes-Barre, and Erie are wet. That sounds gross. I would rather avoid all wet locations, whatever that means. I hate where I live and half the country wants to come here for vacation. Are you in Florida? Do you get demographic statistics on your listeners' members? Yeah, it's like 50-50, and I think the average listeners like 25 to 34 or something. I want to visit a real city where I live is all about Western heritage, and it gets old because like all the states around me are all about Western heritage. What is Western heritage? What does that mean? Florida and Texas are not what you think. Yeah, I mean, every place has its, like, you kind of just have to find a place that makes you feel like home and, you know, is safe. Like the fact that, like, my buddy was talking to me about a Polish tattoo artist, and, you know, he met his wife she was studying abroad in Poland. He came to Philadelphia to do like tattooing and live with her and stuff. And then he just had a kid, but it's like every day within the 10-minute walk he has to his tattoo place, he gets text notifications saying that there have been 3 shootings, reported today or whatever. And it's like, can you imagine how that feels? I know some people grow up in that shit though, and it's like, can you imagine how that feels fucking just like reading every day when you have children and you have to worry about your own life and stuff, that there's fucking shootings going on? Like, what, people just, I don't know, why are they discharging a weapon? What is the point? Just consistently every day. What's the fucking point? Just like surrounded by mental illness, but mental illness with a fucking weapon. It's so psychotic, Of course you're gonna move back to fucking Poland, where it's probably safe. Presumably, I don't know much about Poland. 6% tax, Ontario, Canada is 13%. The cost of living is unbearable. Most on top of that. Yeah, fuck Canada, dude. Shit sucks. Thanks. I had a friend who wanted to move to Pennsylvania and wanted to see if it was worth it. I'm from California. I mean, it's better than, well, let me be honest. The weather is not better than California. Like, the culture is not necessarily like more exciting than California, but you will find many places, many nooks and crannies within Pennsylvania that is safe and livable and definitely not as expensive as like, California. So honestly, if you don't have like some crazy like high standards, I would say Pennsylvania is about as middle of the road as you can really find as far as living circumstances go, as long as you avoid the cities. Honestly, just use cities for like visiting, like a day at the, I don't know, a football game or a hockey game or some shit. You don't need all that baloney majoni excitement. Settled down in Maryland, okay. Still not great taxes there either. You have to pick your neighborhood really well. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, why do people have to go through that? Why even like risk the possibility that like your car gets broken into, you get hurt, someone gets hurt? Like, imagine if you just wake up and a friend is dead from just like some senseless, not even like serial. Like, I think that's the weirdest thing is like the inner city shootings and gang-related violence and drug-related violence. People don't even look at that the same way they do like a serial killer. If a serial killer does something, like, oh my God, what a madman. This is Mike Myers. This is paranormal. This is odd. But like inner city violence is just like, yeah, you just come to expect it. It's like, what are you talking about? These are murderers. These are killing people who kill. It's still the same outcome. It makes a mother cry. I just lost my Philly subscribers. I do not care. Fuck Philadelphia. I don't care. NPCville, good place to raise your kids, I think, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. But as long as the kids are fine. Experience in downtown Dallas put the city into perspective for me as essential worker delivering. Yeah. Like, what the hell's going on? What like goes through people's heads every day where they're like, time to start opening fire? Like, you're not in a war zone, bro. You don't have to like make your community better. You don't have to make it a war zone just because you're gravely offended by someone else's existence. It's like so strange. That's one of the biggest issues in America that I think people just ignore all the fucking time. It's just like abstract gun, like gang related violence. You know, there is gun violence for sure, but out of all the ones they never fucking talk about, it's like the endless supply of like fucking like go to Chicago, hundreds of people dead over a weekend. Like over 100 shootings in a weekend? Like, what does that even mean? Hundreds? Like, what does that mean? That is psychotic. Like, there's just over 100 different people who are just like, time to kill. Like, you're surrounded by insanity. Like, absolutely surrounded. That's fucking weird to me. I was quite certain it would be there, and when I arrived, it was. I was over the moon, and I felt like a real explorer uncovering ancient artifacts. The bunker was made entirely of concrete on the outside and showed no signs of vandalism, so I assumed no one else had found it. It took me almost an hour to find a way in. I fiddled with the door, banged rocked it. I fiddled. I played my fiddle. Read nice stories instead of horror. That would be nice. I fiddled with the door, banged rocks against it, and prayed until it finally cracked open, and it was almost too easy. I turned my headlamp on and was wearing a mask and gloves for extra protection. Even through the mask, the smell was foul, as if something had just died inside. The interior was surprisingly large, and the floor was littered with papers and trash. What began to freak me out was in one of the sleeping quarters, I found a pillow that was slightly ripped open, and when I picked it up, I realized it was filled with hair. Human hair, I think. This filled me with dread as I immediately assumed it was the hair of Jewish prisoners from long ago, and I began to think of the horrors they experienced. I suddenly wanted to leave, but I forced myself to stay as I didn't want to drive 3 hours for nothing. When I pulled my eyes away from the pillow and scanned the room, I noticed something strange and out of place. It was an eaten can of beans with a plastic spoon in it. The paper can wrap. The paper can wrap. Greencastle? I have no idea. I don't even think I've heard of Greencastle. It's a small country in PA. It's Peterville. This is definitely a nuanced convo because Z totally agree, Joel, holy poly donut shop. But yeah, we poised to speak about it. I appreciate you and everyone. Take care. Love it. Hey, see you, Manny. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. You should narrate erotic audiobook on Audible. Maybe one day. When I've earned that right. The paper can't... Man. Ugh. I can't fucking, find my rhythm tonight. The paper can wrap was still vibrant. I carefully picked it up to examine it and read the expiry date. July 11th, 2018. I was a bit freaked out, but I chalked it up to someone else exploring this place before me. However, as I continued exploring, I started to see more signs of modern life. Food packaging, decent clothes, an air freshener can. The rotten smell became more pungent as I walked around. As soon as I entered the next room, I was hit by a putrid smell that made me feel sick. As I recovered, I began to look around the room and almost jumped when I saw 3 bodies. The first thought that rushed into my head was that this place was occupied by squatters, but clearly, they were dead. It was a heavy-set old man, a woman of similar age, and very distressingly, a small boy, maybe 9 years old. Their bodies were swollen, and their skin was purple and waxy. They didn't look human. The older man was lying on his back, his stomach mutilated, wearing only khaki trousers, and the image of his entrails and reading on Patreon and go, I thought about that on Patreon, but then if I had not safe for work stuff on my Patreon, would that become not suitable to then promote within my YouTube stuff? You know what I mean? Or is it just something that they would be otherwise not caring of, since it's a separate platform or whatever? Yeah, this is a graphic episode. A lot of violence and stuff. A lot of just casual dead bodies. Oh boy, what's with all the bodies? Eesh. The image of his entrails, dehydrated and almost black in color, still haunts me. The woman was completely naked and covered in bruises. There was blood on her private parts and her breasts had been cut off. Her face stared at me and I was horrified. And the poor child's face was unrecognizable. Dried brain matter and black blood covered him. I began to cry. I couldn't even breathe. Thousands of thoughts consumed my mind. What if the person who did this was close by? What if they found me? I would end up dead, just like that poor family. I went to call the emergency services number for my country, but there was no service where I was. In my shock and terrified state, I decided to take photos of the scene before exiting the bunker as fast as I could. I didn't even bother shutting the door, I just ran. Much to my horror, I froze when I heard footsteps that were not mine. I crouched behind some fallen tree, though I could still see the bunker entrance if I jutted my head out, though I really didn't even dare to. I heard a male voice seething, and then yell, I wasn't expecting visitors, in German before stomping into the bunker. I felt the biggest relief that he decided to forego scoping the area out first, and when I thought that he was deep enough into the bunker not to hear me, I ran as fast as my body could allow. I remember that the road was about a 30-minute walk from the bunker and ran for what felt like ages. As I saw the road, I heard a vicious scream and running behind me. Freaking out, hearing the crazed murderer chasing me, I put every ounce of survival I had into running for a few more minutes before finally crawling up to the road and to my car, which was about 200 meters from where I emerged. My keys were in my backpack and my shaky hands weren't helping me open the zipper. However, when I got them, I looked over and saw his figure climbing onto the road from the forest. He seemed to be about 60, was quite tall, maybe 180 centimeters, and very bulky. In his hand was a large knife that looked pretty well used, and I managed to get into my car and lock the doors just as he slammed into the window, banging on the glass, cursing at me, his crazed blue eyes wide and bloodshot. I started the ignition. Pradeep just sneezed, oh my god. Did you ever stay at Camp Joy L as a kid? That doesn't sound familiar. Das Boot. You allowed to curse? Yeah, you might be allowed to curse. It's just YouTube might kind of automatically siphon it out. Have you ever done a stream where the ghost is the actual main character? I think I've only heard you tell stories from living people's perspective. The ghost main character would be interesting. I've always really wanted to make like a sort of an indie video game title that's not like hyper complicated, but basically it's just you play as the ghost and your goal is to like fill the residents of the house with enough fear to be able to do like more stuff. So like, I don't know, maybe you like appear very minimally from a girl. Maybe the start of the game is like a girl playing with like a Ouija board, right? And you're able to like find access through entering through the Ouija board and moving the planchette and, you know, slowly interacting over time. But then as like you do more stuff and the fear of the people that live in the house start to grow, your powers start to grow and you can do more things like poltergeisty type stuff, and you know, it just you continue to grow until you, I don't know, maybe the goal would be to escape the house or something of that nature. I mean, you could find a way to make it fun. Mentioned I'm a notorious infamous killer in the family, but didn't say who it was bullshit. I wonder which one that... I said that? Or were they mentioned having a notorious infamous killer in their family? I don't remember that. Oh, I'm describing Slender, the 4 pages. Is that how it works? You want this now, created by Joel. Yeah, I hope somebody. I hope like an indie game developer, like the idea of playing as the ghost and like getting more and more power to do things through fear and increasing their fear. Because even if you remember the one Batman game, well, all of the Batman games, there's like, you know, cool fighting mechanics, but they also have stealth. And then as you start to like fill your enemies with fear, they become like more and more irrational and making like poor decisions. But in some way it does kind of benefit the player character in some ways by increasing their fear. The vengeful ghost trying to hurt people who killed him, or ghosts plotting evil from hell to their victims in Earth or something. Yeah, I mean, that would be sick. Even just to like one of the old school versions of like The Thing. I don't know if the story exactly was like the novel of The Thing or the short story, but one of the versions of the concept of The Thing, of like finding an alien type thing frozen in Antarctica, discusses, like it's told from the perspective of the alien, and the kind of writing, well, I guess we could ask it. We could ask Chat BBC. Maybe we should, well, yeah, whatever. Let's ask it real quick, just because I want to read an excerpt from it. Do you know the sci-fi story where they find a frozen alien in Antarctica, but it's told from the perspective of the alien? The Fog, The Blob? Nah. John W. Campbell Jr.'s novella Who Goes There, which inspired the films. Do you have any excerpts from Who Goes There that shows an example of the creature's thinking and inner dialogue? Story of The Thing. Okay, so, however, Peter Watt's story, The Things, which reimagined the events of Who Goes There from the alien's point of view, does offer insights into the creature's thoughts and inner dialogue. Here's a brief excerpt from The Things by Peter Watts. I am being Blair. I am being Blair as he is now, after all the others. I am being Blair in the isolation shed and Blair in the lab. I am being Blair beneath the weight of so many others. Blair drowning in blood. Oh, I guess that is kind of an alien way of thinking, but it's also funny to think that could be how like most humans think too, probably. I am being Joel. I am reading a scary story. I am scary. I am spooky. People like to jerk off to my voice. They are jerking off. I am jerking off. I have to poop. Excrement jokes make people giggle. Ha 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 ha. Copyright that. Yeah, the ghost concept, like, I wouldn't even want to copyright it because I would just want to see everybody's like interpretations within the indie gaming space and just what they could do, because even though it would be cool to be the first ones to try it, especially if you did it well, I could even see that being sort of like a Nintendo game, you know? Something silly, but it's also like kind of sinister. Do you think I should just be the quiet sufferer, or should I get what's owed to me as I've served my king and country? What are your thoughts, Joel? I guess it just depends on what you mean, like, get what's owed to you, you know? If it means hurting people, don't hurt anybody, because it's just going to end in your destruction if that's the case. And you're not, I mean, within being a veteran, coming back, like, our government doesn't treat our veterans very well, unfortunately, and that's just how it goes. And you just have to find a way to, like, better your life and deal with the scars that it's given you, unfortunately. I started the ignition and drove over 140 kilometers per hour, well over the speed limit, though I didn't care. And looking back, I'm so grateful that I didn't think to he didn't think to slash my tires and instead was too focused on screaming at me. I stopped at the nearest petrol station and called my father, telling him everything. I arrived home and he met me there. I had only recently moved out, being just 20 years old, and we immediately went to the police and showed them the photos that I took, described the man, and gave them the coordinates of the place. They said that they would check the bunker out, but I never heard back. Since then, I have never done urbex again, and for a long time I couldn't go out alone. I even got therapy to deal with all that trauma, and to this day, over 5 years later, the images of those victims and the abuser's evil eyes and the sound of his rough, sinister voice still haunts my dreams. Masturbation? Question mark? All right. One, two, three, four, five. 5 stories left. Can I run to the bathroom real quick? I will be right back. And then chimes that guy who goes, "No, you can't. You have to pee your pants." Ha 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 ha. Shut up. Limp Bizkit. DMX. Let's get bent over, baby, baby, baby. Don't move to Dallas. Don't stay in bad relationships, but do make poop jokes. Hell yeah, dude. Can't go wrong there. Late night Taco Bell does sound sick. When did YouTube start making 95-second worth of unskippable ads? Does my stream, when you guys join my stream, does it make you watch ads? Joel, should I give up or try and carry on? I would carry on, my friend. Life is only worth living if you make a good story that gives everyone joy, etc., etc. Yeah, I wonder if I did put like ads on the stream, if it would like bring more people just due to the fact it would make YouTube more money or something, or if that would just cause more issues and kind of piss people off and not want to click on it. Okay. So I have a feeling that some of these stories might like drop off in like quality here, which would not be ideal. Should I take your case to the mod tribunal? You should, yeah. Bring it up to the Discord moderators of real life. Raid. Shadow leggings. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. Most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers say things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" Wait. Why would the customer say, "I don't work here"? Do I recommend Shudder, the horror film stream? Yeah, Shudder's pretty cool. It's got a lot of random stuff you might not see elsewhere, and a lot of, originals and stuff. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. Most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers saying things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" And I understand their frustrations. Usually, there would be 2 or 3 of us at the self-checkout and maybe 2 manned registers open. We got a new guy in. We'll call him Terry. Terry always wore a mask since 2021, and COVID was still a concern to him. I was training him, telling him to stock candy in bags, and he asked the usual questions anyone would ask. If I was in school, if I had a girlfriend, I lived in a small city/big town that had a good college, students from all over the country would come and usually gosh. How many more? Yeah, we got 5 more stories. 5. Do I feel bonita? I feel bonito. Bonito. Students from all over the country would come and usually end up working at the prisons or in retail. I usually asked the same questions back. I told him no to both accounts. Then he asked if I ever went hunting. We had a lot of woods and a big forest around the town. No, I don't like guns, I said. He replied that he'd have to take me one day. A few days went by and he was over on my side again. He asked if I had family in town and if they didn't, whether they lived close. I lived 3 doors down from my mother, and he started talking about hunting again and how he went out with his buddies and started using pack tactics, where they would box in the prey and finish it off. It sounded strange for deer, considering they usually flee at the first sight of noise. He was off for a few days because new hires often have problems getting hours during the first 3 weeks. I talked to one of my coworkers, and they told me that he asks a lot about me. The next time I saw him, his questions were pretty telling. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods and such and such? He wears a COVID mask, but he's really into hunting human beings. That's interesting. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods past such and such street? I'm a big guy, 6 foot, 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought sent a very chill. I'm a pretty big guy, 6 feet, 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought sent a chill down my spine. Come on, man. You'd like it. Just some good old boys shooting the breeze late at night in the middle of the woods. And then the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit 'em. The mask hid most of his face, but I could see it rise when he smiled. I don't know why he thought that that would be a great way to convince someone, aside from feeling like they were about... Aside from feeling like they were about to hunt me, it sounded like I would have been bored out of my mind beforehand, and I must have made a face or something because he turned and walked away quickly. I told a couple of coworkers about it, but that was his last day, and I never saw him again, and I just hope that we never meet again. Loud Flavor, what's up, dude? You're a content creator. Looking for horror, funny, or epic adventure? Twitch. Nice, dude. You got it all. What do we got here? The emotions are getting infected. The inside out tapes. A man with no mouth is eating kids. Oh, is this like animation reactions? Why is Sonic eating everyone? The Sonic tapes. Oh, is it reaction content? Or is this gaming? Oh, are you gaming? Okay, my bad. It looked like animation, but I guess, yeah, it would be gaming. That's cool. What's poppin', dude? You want to react to my videos? Go right ahead, my sir. Okay, so that was story 6. The story was I talked to a guy. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess the way that he was phrasing stuff did make it sound like he wanted to hunt him, so maybe it was kind of creepy. Kind of, sort of, pretty much creepy. I would say maybe a 6 out of 10 creepy. Okay. There we go. We're back to kidnapping stories here now. Are you open to topic recommendations for your next videos? Yeah, anything you have an idea, I can definitely try and find. Faux show. Faux riz. For the riz. Okay, fix this grammar. Oh wait, this one actually isn't too bad for grammar. Fortnite horror stories. I do remember like a while back, like Chills released like a video that was like Fortnite horror videos, and I was like, where did he find enough videos related to Fortnite to make it scary? I don't know, it's just funny. I didn't watch it though, but I feel like I should. LARPing horror story. That's live action role play. I feel like I did like a video where it had a LARPing thing in it, where they went to like a Renaissance fair or something of that nature. Minecraft. Aaron with the 2. I'm ready for you to spook my socks off. I got you, dude. Those socks are getting peeled the frick off. Okay. Let's get it. Let's SpaghettiOs. You think Chills sped up his videos? Dude, he puts out so much. It's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go to his channel real quick. Chills. So like 3 days ago, he has an hour of 29 scary videos only for the bravest souls. 4 days ago, 10. Dude, I don't even know where to find like 10 scary videos because I wanted to make a channel like this. I am totally baffled on where he is sourcing all of his spooky stuff. And maybe he's getting it directly referred to him by like subscribers and stuff, but I mean, to always have like new stuff is just crazy. Some of them he talks faster, he puts in old clips, of some of those are sped up. Oh, interesting. Siren head, siren head. Yeah, if any of you guys have any ideas on like where to find, like, you know, I mean, I guess it would like, because you can go to it, and I don't want to like go to these people or go to. It's just crazy. He has all the links and stuff in here, like Water Park Ghost WMV. Like, that's crazy. 518 views from 12 years ago. Somehow he was able to find that, you know. And I get it, he's looking for content, but I'm just curious like what his search methodology is to like kind of stumble across said video. Because then I would just like hire somebody to do that exact process. Too much Burger King fart lettuce. Whatever. No worries. If you like lifting to Lamb of God, you should check out Amon Amarth. Let's listen to one right now. Right the frick now. Interview, behind the scenes. Maybe a mix. That's cool. What's up, Walt, baby? How we doing? Alright, where were we here? Oh yeah, we haven't even started this one. 2 great murder stories from Malibu. How do I submit them to you? You can submit them at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Okanagan Okie, what's up? We've got some new people jumping in. Good to see you. It was the summer of 1978, and we had just moved from Canada to Kuala Lumpur. Oh, I did not expect someplace in Malaysia out of nowhere. How do you say this? Kuala Lumpur. Okay. It was the summer of 1978, and we had just moved from Canada to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. As a 7-year-old child, I was excited about moving to a new country and the adventures that awaited me. Little did I know that one of my first adventures would be so sinister. We ended up staying at the Hilton Hotel with other expat families while we waited for the company's supplied home to be ready for us to move into. As a second grader, staying in a hotel for 1 to 2 weeks was exciting and felt like a luxurious camping trip. Since other expat families were also staying at the hotel, I had plenty of other children to play with. One of the games we played was hide and seek, which meant using the elevator to hide on the other 30-some floors or in the stairwells. The hotel gave us children a very false sense of security. One day, while we were playing hide and seek, I took the elevator alone to the top floor of the building. I believe it was the 30th floor. When I exited the elevator and rounded the corner, I ran into a man and a woman. They appeared to be in their late 30s and looked native to the country. I recall they did not look frightening and were dressed nicely, and despite their normal appearance, their actions immediately suggested otherwise. The man tried to grab my arm, but I pulled away. I backed away from the couple until we were standing about 10 to 15 feet apart. I was on the verge of turning and running, but I understand that there was nowhere to go if a pursuit ensued. A short standoff began. I assumed the man wanted to convince me to come with them willingly because if I screamed, it could attract the attention of other guests on that floor. And so, from about 15 feet away, we stared each other down. I was standing closest to the bank of elevators, and they were standing between me and the stairwell. The man took a chocolate bar out of his pocket and held it out to me. This, of course, would require I've got chocolate. Mr. Beast bar. A Mr. Beast burger. Come on. A Mr. Beast Lunchable. A Mr. Beast toy. Everything Mr. Beast. Come on with me. Come on. Is anybody still here? My chat is dead. Everyone is dead. This, of course, would require approaching them to take it, and there was no way I was going to do that. The man and woman was staring at me with creepy fake smiles, and their body language screamed, "We may lunge at you at any moment." As a side note, I remember the chocolate bar had nuts in it, and I hated nuts in chocolate bars. When it became clear that I wasn't going to approach them, I noticed the man's stance shift to, "I am about to lunge at you," and my stance shifted to, "I think it's time to run." Just as it seemed that the man was about to lunge at me, the elevator doors dinged, and someone got off on that floor. I remember who it was. I don't remember who it was. Deadpool. Merc. Thank you for the gifter, too. Foxy Tiger. Appreciate you.
Mischievous dog.
First name. Welcome back. Paint chess pieces. That's fun. What are you painting them as? I feel like hide and seek on 30 floors would be a very hard game of hide and seek. That would be interesting. I miss just playing games, dude. Well, I guess I do still play games, but I mean just like IRL, like stupid shit. Just some stupid freaking crap. Deadpool Merc with another gifter too. Josh DeOzzy. Thank you, Deadpool.
Mischievous dog.
I don't remember who it was or what they looked like, because as soon as I heard that sound, I turned and bolted past that person into the open elevator doors. I recall that the man and woman retreated in the opposite direction, perhaps to their room or the stairwell. I never told anyone what happened until decades later, and as a child, I quickly pushed it to the back of my mind until I was much older. It is sobering how the smallest things in life can be so life-changing. I don't remember who got off on that floor, but I remain eternally grateful to them. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Ram Ranch. Yeah, flying as a kite as a kid to being high as a kite as an adult. Now imagine flying a kite while being high on fentanyl. Just like sitting there like a fucking zombie bent over, but you have like, oh my god, that'd be so, I mean, it would be depressing, and don't do this, but say somebody who has less of a soul, hypothetically, goes up to a fentanyl addict who's like bent over like a zombie, and you just connect a kite or balloon, perhaps, to their hands, and then they're happy now. They have a little balloon there. They're having a great time. Maybe put like one of those little spinny hats on their head with a little propeller. That would be cute. We would essentially fix the fentanyl epidemic. The kidnappers. That'd be funny if someone got high on fent and then you went up to them with like Narcan. What's like the antidote to like opiates or whatever? It's like Narcan or something. And you're just going around to like crazy people in LA and just like shooting them with Narcan and like immediately sobering them up and like ruining their high. They're like, God damn it. I'm like, that's what you get. Get back to work. My favorite childhood game. Probably Find the Pickle. No, I don't know. What was a good one? I mean, hide and seek was sick, especially if you ever did it like a larger location, like in a barn. Narcan, man. Get back to work and sell balloons. Yeah, you would like connect like 20 balloons to their arm and like have a sign in front of them as they're bent over that just says balloons $1, one kiss. They get mad when you save their lives because you ruin their high. Yeah. I feel like, oh God, I can't imagine being like an EMS person in LA, because you probably just like all you respond to all the time is just like overdoses and just like the fucking lowest life forms ever. You just have to deal with that shit all the fucking time. Hey, Deadpool Merc with the big 20 says, hope you've been doing well, Joel. It's been a while since I checked in. 2.5 years as a member. Glad to be a part of the crew. I enjoyed the O Death by Sam writing narration. Shout out to everyone in the chat and new members. Thank you, Deadpool Merc. Very kind of you. Thank you for 2.5 years, and thank you for the big 20 bonos, dude. Appreciate it. I loved hide and seek as a kid, but I would find the most small random place to hide. No one would find me, and then I'd get bored. Yeah, I remember like the grossest thing that happened was we were real little. We were like 4 years old. But I just remember like, I might have told this story before. It was so disgusting. But I just remember my cousin, like he fucking, I was like, what do you do when you're hiding in here and you have to pee? And he was like, look. And there was like this little, basically it was like sort of, do you ever see the turtle style like sandbox things that you would have in your yard? It was like a sandbox but like in the shape of a turtle, and he had a smaller one for like his sister's like Polly Pocket or whatever the fuck, like Barbie house, and he just like opens it, and there's just like piss in there. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And he's like, when I have to pee, I just pee in this thing. And I'm like, where's it gonna go? Are you gonna dump it? And he's like, no, I think it just evaporates. It's just like the fucking most like disgusting thing ever. But like in my little kid brain, I was like, yeah, I guess. It's so stupid. Why do you always have to pee when you get in? I know, you always have to pee in the good hiding spots. Thankfully, your sister always has some toys you can fill up. Oh my god. It's just like, being a little kid is just like the grossest shit ever. The people in my life are concerning. They are. There's a lot of concerning folks. I feel like statistically, I really lucked out, honestly, on the brain side of things. So for context, my mom took a job years ago at a local laundromat because we knew the owner and needed extra money. I was around 10 when she got the job, and she allowed me to come with her because she would give me a little allowance for helping her do small tasks. I ended up going with her every night for years, and as I got older, I mainly went to make sure that my mom was safe because I was worried about her. We regularly dealt with angry customers refusing to leave, most of which were drunk or high, and we had to haul. Mom found the piss drawer, the piss turtle. Okay, sure. I don't even know where I am in this small task. There we are. You ruin your dad's business toilet for a whole day by seeing if poo-sized carrots would flush. I was in so much trouble. All his clients were... That's hilarious. Just anything bad that goes through a kid's head. They're like, I should probably do this. I should probably do this terrible thing. But I guess that's part of life, you're just experimenting. It's like when you're little, everything is Minecraft. You just get to see what shit mixed together, and if you survive, you're doing good. You maxed out your luck. I thought it would evaporate. And then he just drinks. He just takes a shot of it. It tastes pretty good later on. What's up, Derek? I ended up going with her every night for years, and as I got older, I mainly went to make sure that my mom was safe because I was worried about her. We regularly dealt with angry customers refusing to leave, most of which were drunk or high, and we had to call the police a few times. My mom was always worried about me tagging along, but I insisted, and to this day I still can't say I regret it. A lot of good came out of it, mainly the work experience, and that made up for how intense it could be. I have a lot of interesting stories from that time, but this one takes the cake for the most horrifying, and it took place when I was about 12. Being young, Being the young and dumb kid that I was, I designated myself the job of chasing people off when it was closing time. We would have people parking behind the building pretty regularly, so I would walk to the side of the building and start yelling that they were now trespassing, and I'd call the cops if they didn't leave. I felt that this is important to bring up because I now realize that I let any shady person hanging around the building at night know of my presence, and that's a dangerous thing to do when you're a 12-year-old girl. I was blissfully unaware that anything could happen to me, until one night when we showed up to find that the door lock had been broken. My mom had unlocked the building that morning, so it wasn't like this was a break-in attempt since it had been unlocked all day. We were a bit shaken up, but my mom texted her boss to let him know about it and just told me to tell her if I saw anyone pull up. About 30 minutes after I finished my few tasks and sat down to draw on my sketchbook, I had barely been sat down for a few minutes when I heard the door swing open, which startled me because normally people just knock when they see the very obvious closed sign. My mom noticed it too and yelled out that we're closed. Burger King piss drawer. Mom gets really mad when I fill up the piss drawer with pee. With poop and not piss. But sometimes I don't have to pee. Sometimes I have to do the other thing. My life is boring and entertaining at the same time. I'm sure a lot of people would say the same. Yeah, dude. More life, you know. I don't know. Sometimes you look back and you miss the boring. Little Einsteins. I do chills well. I just do it because I would listen to Jensen do it. He does really, really funny impression of... I kind of want to listen to one of his... I wonder if his YouTube channel's still up. God damn it. Oh, shit. Shit's so fucking funny.
Number 15, the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Some people started singing it for fun, but ended up singing it forever just because it's the song that never ends. Number 14, this has to be by far the stupidest way someone has died. Anal caca monster. Over the years, many people have come close to dying from anal caca monster. And someone finally did it. Number 13, putting a straw on your pee-pee and getting it stuck. The bendy straw extension makes your pee-pee longer. It leaves it open to creepy crawlies. Number 12, deep throating, then throwing up and choking to death. Number 11, I woke up with Shrek standing at the end of my bed, and I couldn't help myself from looking at his thick donkey. Number 10, I found some colorful lightsabers under my mommy's bed. I gave it a smell. It smelled just like Chewbacca.
Oh my god.
Needless to say, number 9 was divine. Number 8, going absolutely ape shit at the baby party. Number 7, I had a craving for raisins, but found that my cousin ate them, and it's filled with rabbit poopy. It tastes much better now. Number 6, pick up sticks. If you don't, the boogeyman will put them up your ass and do the Cupid shuffle around your now bleeding poop hole. Number 5, I found sugar under my parents' bed. After having some, I got what they called sugar boogers, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the week. Number 4, I just witnessed a man playing with Mike Hunt. He said it was stinky. Number 3, I'm all out of beans. Now I need to go to Home Depot and get some from Jose. Number 2, why is the mayo extra salty today? After I took a bite of my Biggie Mac, there was some extra chunky mayo. Needless to say, it was fucking gross and salty as hell. Number 1, my mommy said I can't eat in my room, but I found yogurt stains on her bed.
That's it. That's it. The pictures are really fucking funny too. Holy shit. Dude, Jensen's like actually one of the funniest fucking people ever. Holy shit. Oh my god. I wish he would still make those. Oh, fucking hell. My like face and abs like hurt from just Jesus Christ. Smells like Chewbacca. Leaves it open for creepy crawlies. Oh, fucking shit, dude. Okay. I just like, yeah, needless to say. It's always needless to say. Okay. Kidnappers, smiling man. Was I here? Did I already read this? Guy smiled at me, made me shit, screamed, we may lunge at any moment. Okay. Back of their head starts cramping. That's funny. No, yeah, that's not AI. That's the real deal. I heard the door swing open, which startled me because normally people just knock when they see the very obvious closed sign. My mom noticed it too and yelled out that we were closed. I heard an older man's voice respond, explaining that he had just come in to use our drink machine. We normally let people in to use our snack and drink machines, so my mom told him that he had a few minutes and went back to the closet to grab something. I was sat about 7 feet away from the drink machine, so I heard him walk up, but didn't really pay much attention to him. I continued to draw until I started getting the feeling that someone was watching me, and realized that I didn't hear this guy put any money into the drink machine. I nervously glanced to my left and saw a tall man in his mid-60s staring right at me with this very big smile on his face. I jumped a little, but forced an awkward smile back at him and directed my attention back to drawing. As soon as I did this, I heard what sounded like shuffling, and when I looked over again, and he was closer, I didn't know what to do, so I tried to just not look at him. But every time I would look away, he would shuffle closer. His body was still facing the drink machine, but his neck was craned in my direction, and he wouldn't stop smiling and staring. I began shaking, panicking, and my eyes were darting back and forth between him and the closest. Anthony with the pass says, in Chill's voice, please say, in Floyd, Michigan, the water is wetter than anywhere else. If that's not creepy, then I don't know what is. It also turned all the frogs gay. Chewbacca. You do the Chill's voice around, that's funny. Thank you, Anthony. I got a burp. Yeah, Jensen can do corpse voice really well. Jensen's just like a actually good voice impressionist slash voice actor. He just like, I don't know, he just hits all the notes every time. It's funny. I began shaking, panicking, and my eyes were darting back and forth between him and the closet door while I tried to plan a fast escape. I went to reach for my knife in my bag because I couldn't even imagine this man's intentions, and quickly realized that it was not there. I had left my knife at home when I needed it the most, and I was petrified. I decided to just stare back at him, despite being terrified, trembling violently, and after what felt like an eternity, he suddenly broke eye contact and yelled to my mom to have a good night, before turning around and walking out. Relief hit me instantly, and I tried to calm myself down after what had just happened. I thought I was finally safe, and started to get up to splash some water on my face when I saw him sit down on the bench outside. Panic and dread hit me like a brick, and I sprinted into the closet to hide. I filled my mom in on everything, and she told me to run to the car, and she'd get between me and him and pepper spray him if needed. I did as she told me and ran to the car, and as I passed him, he stood up and began walking toward the car. My mom yelled at him to get away from her car, and his reaction was to try to calmly start a conversation about the make and model of her car while staring right at me. She ignored him, hopped in the car, locked us in, and started backing up as quickly as possible. I ducked down in the seat, but could still see him standing there, and I know that he could see me because I watched as he lifted his hand and waved me goodbye before walking around to the back of the building and disappearing. God, dude. Oh yeah, he does Joe really well. Peter, what the hell? Hey, Peter. Peter, why the hell does Garfield like lasagna so much? God, can you imagine like how many... I always like to imagine just like how many casual interactions I've had with women and how, for whatever reason, in the back of their head, they're like secretly planning to pepper spray me in the face. I just thought that I was being friendly and nice, but in their head, they're completely prepared to like make me legally blind. I ducked down in my seat, but could still see him standing there, and I know that he could see me because I watched as he lifted his hand and waved me goodbye before walking around to the back of the building and disappearing into the darkness. I felt sick. I couldn't sleep that night, and I never dared set foot anywhere near the back of the building again, so I guess that was a lesson learned. Jesus Christ. Do I have a celebrity look-alike? Yeah, basically Wesley Snipes mixed with Danny DeVito. Basically look like the poo-poo caca monster. Oh, I don't want to read any more stories. I just want to laugh at silly shit. Too risical. You love me. 3 more hours. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, no worries. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this thing. Get locked in so we can pump out some spreadsheets on a Saturday, unpaid. This happened when I was back in high school. It was a Wednesday night, and usually on Wednesdays, I would have youth group at my church, and my mom would have date night with her mom where they'd go play cards, watch TV together, etc. And this would mean that they might be gone till about 9 or 9:30 every Wednesday night. For whatever reason, both of us decided to stay home this night. I was downstairs in my mom's room in the basement watching TV with her. We also had a roommate at this time, and Cinnamon was his dog. The roommate was gone this night. He was kind of a night owl, so when he was gone, Cinnamon would sleep with one of us. I slept on a full-sized futon frame at this time, so even though it was a tight fit for myself and a big old pit bull, I always took the opportunity to have her sleep with me. She was, and still is, a great dog. It was about 8:30. Keep in mind, we usually wouldn't be home at this time, and our roommate was not home either, and I decided to head to bed. The way our house was set up was you'd go up a set of stairs, hit a landing, and then go up another set of stairs, and you'd be looking through the kitchen and living room, and you could see the front door. So Cinnamon and I are walking up the stairs to my room, and we hit the landing. And as soon as we do, Cinnamon barks a loud bark and books it up the other flights of steps. Dang it. He sounds like a tall skater. A tall skater. Matt Rife. Matt Ripe. More because his booty cheeks are so ripe for the plucking, right, guys? I sound like Nick Crawley. Really? I don't think I've ever actually listened to Nick Crawley's voice before. Let me take a listen. A lissy poo. Nicholas Crawley. The smart. No, I don't. Do I really? Let's listen to this. Does this sound like me?
Whether or not this was a sexual thing.
Whether or
Here's what he
not
had
this
to
was
say
a
about
sexual
being a
thing.
13-year-old girl. But have his tactics actually worked? Well, the frightening thing is, no one knows if he's actually been successful or not, or even what specifically he's looking for. We just know that he's trying to reach kids, as evidenced not only by his comments, but by the
This is the Smart Schoolboy 9 video I just clicked on and ran.
It's the grim reality of this online world, as predators will do just about anything to get closer to children, and it's a reality often unrealized or even ignored by parents, which makes it almost refreshing.
Who is this guy? He looks fucking... Not Nick, but the fucking Schoolboy 9 guy looks... Ew, what's on his face? He's got like a mask on his face. Shit. Alright. Anyways. Yeah, I don't think I sound like that guy at all. Go to the tongue part. Where's that? I don't even know where that's at. Unmasked response. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Your Maker. Yeah, me and Your Maker do sound pretty similar from what people say. Hey Audrey, what's up? Yeah. I pronounce etc. correctly. Too many narrators don't. Yeah, well, how do they, etc.? Do they say etc. or something like that? It's funny because you never really see etc. like written out in its full form of etc. Which is weird that like why, I mean I guess it makes sense that they would shorten it or whatever. Holy crap. Imagine that. Imagine making a video. This guy made, his name's Lamino, made a Cicada 3301, an internet mystery 6 years ago. 36 million views. That's crazy. I wonder what other stuff. I remember, oh yeah, this was the one that did the, yeah, Kennedy assassination inside the book. 5 million Q&A. See, I don't know why people like spoil their YouTube channel by doing shit like this, like Q&A video, or like, you know, stuff that like clearly isn't going to get as many views as you normally do. So I feel like it like hurts the algorithm in like a weird way. Not that it does, but because I guess if people are coming back, they will come back. Whatever. Et cetera. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, maybe I say it wrong. I don't know. Et cetera. Et cheddar cheese. Can't stand when YouTubers say especially wrong. They say especially. Well, I got so much shit in the past for saying escape. Escape. And everyone like was on my ass every fucking video being like, it's escape, you fucking Neanderthal! Rah! Please. Please. I'm new to books and words and reading. I'm only in the 3rd grade. I love Dr. Seuss. Don't ask me a question. Yeah, pretty much. I've got an axe to grind with how you pronounce axe. So Cinnamon and I are walking up the stairs to my room when we hit the landing. As soon as we do, Cinnamon barks a loud bark and books it up the other flight of stairs. I look up and see her booking it through the kitchen, and as I do, our front door bursts open, swings wide, and hits the wall. And I see a man in all black with his hood up and black gloves on, running out the doorframe, through our porch and entryway, down our front steps and away on the sidewalk. Cinnamon stood barking at our screen door to our porch. It was a fast, loud, shocking event, and it was winter, and pitch black, so I didn't see much else because it was dark and it happened so fast. But I ran over and slammed the front door and locked the deadbolt, and then took Cinnamon and went to my room and locked my bedroom door. I called my mom and told her what happened from upstairs, and she told me to lock the door and stay in my room. That night I didn't sleep much. I was keeping an eye out for any noise or footsteps outside my window, and I swore I heard some things, but ultimately nothing else. Deja Dale, no worries, good to see you. Did you ever watch the Karen video and hear how they pronounce ambulance? Ambulance. Somebody called it ambulance. That night, I didn't sleep much. I was keeping an eye out for any noise or footsteps outside my window, and I swore that I heard something outside, but ultimately nothing else happened. I spent the night snuggled up to Cinnamon, thanking her for protecting me and being a scary pit bull, even though she was so gentle always, and I'll never forget that. Why do Americans pronounce CH as CK? For what, yeah, sorry, which word would that be? Or like what example? Like ch-ch, ch-ch. That's how we would pronounce CH, like church, church. Oh, schedule, school. School, schedule. You know, I have no idea the origins of those ones. It seems like most of like English is mainly based around just like memorization of shit, not really worrying too much about the linguistic rules. Like some German words like ish, ich. Well, I mean, that would be German, wouldn't it? Like, what specifically are you talking about? Ich bin ein Berliner. So you're asking why do Americans pronounce German words like ich? I don't understand. Scheme. I hear a lot of people pronouncing ick. I don't know what you're I feel like now I'm lost in what you're trying to like say, because it doesn't have anything to do with your original statement of Americans pronouncing CH as CK when you're not giving me like what word we're talking about, you know? That night I didn't sleep much. I was keeping an eye out for any noise or footsteps outside my window, and I swore I heard some things, but ultimately nothing else happened. I spent the night snuggled up to Cinnamon, thanking her for protecting me and being a scary pit bull, even though she was always so gentle, and I'll never forget that. Sei ruhig und hör auf, Amerikaner zu beleidigen. You know what? Never mind. That's fine, dude. You didn't really do a good job explaining what you wanted to say. Okay, you know what? Last story. Wait, yeah. Last story. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna take my magnesium. I'll be right back. Wait, where'd Samuel go? I wanna answer his question. So okay, I'm trying to get the context. Is he a German asking why Americans pronounce ICH, which means I, in German, as ich instead of ich? Because I've heard that ich liebe dich, or ich liebe dich is, it depends on where you are in Germany on whether or not you pronounce it with a soft ich versus ich. Were we talking about German? I'm just confused. Ich war nur dramatisch. You could pronounce it either way. Sometimes you sound like Papa Mate. Hey, I wouldn't figure this out. It's more like ish. Each. Each? Wait, it's definitely not each. If you're saying ICH in German, it's going to be ich, like icky, or ich bin, like a SH. I don't think it's each. Each is, that doesn't sound right. Ich liebe Schien. What's ich liebe Schien? Oh, wait. Ich, but with an S. Oh, okay. You're having trouble what you mean. I'm sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry. I felt like I was rude. I didn't mean to be rude. Listen to Rammstein. Ich. What does he say in Rammstein? Oh no, it's du. Du hast mich. He means wort. It's different sound in Norwegian. It's spelled KJ. It's not found in the English language, I think. Oh. I do like German. I think I like German just because it's so close to English that it's just easy to say it and you feel cool because you're talking a different language, man. Wow. Okay, last story. This one better be freaking creepy. Your sciatica is killing you. Wonder if you were able to like massage or stretch your hip flexor. I'd love for some guy to write dinosaur horror stories. I draw them on my channel a lot. That's cool. Yeah. I wish dinosaurs were still alive today just so we could have scary stories of people getting eaten by them. This happened about 20 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time, but my parents have also told me their side of the story on a bunch of different occasions. My parents are both biologists. They met at work, and from there it's been history. The place where they worked at the time was a government building dedicated to biology research used in government projects turned towards the public, meaning that they were the ones studying the environment and making environmental protection laws around their studies. This being a massive old government building, it always had a security guard present day and night. During the day, these security guards would mostly just stay at reception and greet people, but at night, they would do their rounds and make sure that there were no intruders because of all the science equipment and computers kept in the building. One of these guards is the let's not meet guy. Initially, he seemed like the nicest person. He was really nice to me, and frankly, all the memories I have from him before this were really nice. He would greet me and talk to me in the nicest way every time my parents brought me to work, He would make me paper planes, which he was surprisingly good at, and throw them around with me, and he would stay with me at reception in the days that my parents had to work into the night. Obviously, for me, that would get really boring, really fast, so he'd keep me company and entertain me. Mostly we would talk and play with the paper planes and watch TV, and it all seemed nice enough. Nice enough for my parents to trust him with me, which was probably their biggest mistake. One night, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was around 10 p.m., and they were still at it, so this guy, who was on the night shift, decided to take me around the building with him to do his rounds. We started on the top floor, checking all the rooms in the exterior part of the roof. Every room was so dark that I'd always stay a little behind and wait for him to turn on the lights, and then we stepped down to the second floor where my parents' office and labs were. We checked the opposite side of the building, going into labs with massive extractors, microscopes, and every kind of a science equipment you might think of. We walked down the stairs to the first floor, where most of the administration rooms were. I still remember seeing some maps on the walls and embalmed fish everywhere serving as decorations. First floor was all clear, so it was time to check the 2 basement levels. I thought it would have made sense to check the labs on the right side first, as the left side had a flight of stairs at the end leading up to where my parents were, but for some reason he decided that we go check that side first. We checked all the labs, but I noticed his pace was accelerating and he was starting to look and sound happier, excited even. Once again, we checked all the labs, all the corners from one end to the other, turning the lights on ahead of us and turning them off behind us when we left. When we got to the last area, he turned all the lights on and we went inside. There were 3 separate offices on each side of the lab, and on the first one, he hurried towards the printer, opened it up, and took out 2 pieces of paper and made 2 quick paper airplanes. And that's when everything changed. He picked up one of the planes, went outside of the office, and threw it toward the end of the room. And then he told me the one he just threw was mine, and that we could throw them around in there. I ran to the other side of the room to pick up my plane, excited to play with it, and suddenly the lights went off. When I turned around to check what was happening, I saw him getting out of the lab, turning the lights off and locking the door. I ran to the door, punched it, and kicked it while screaming for him to open, panic taking over me because of how scared I was of being in the dark at the time. And through the glass on the door, I could see him scurrying away in the corridors, turning the lights off as he went and disappearing after turning a corner. I'm pretty sure that everything I felt and every shadow and creepy monster I saw in there while waiting was part of my imagination because of how scared I was. I balled up against a corner and could see shadows moving around me in the dark. I could only cry, lost without knowing what was happening and why he was doing that. My parents finished work eventually, and when they did, they packed up their things and made their way to the lobby to pick me up and go home. When they got there, the security guard was at reception, but I was nowhere to be found. And they panicked, of course, and must have shouted 100 different cuss words at the guy, and I'm not sure how my dad didn't murder him right then and there. But when they first asked the guy where the hell I was and what he had done with me, he simply said that he had gone to do the rounds with me and that I must have gotten lost somewhere. This is a building that would take you about an hour and a half to check from top to bottom, even if you're rushing, so must have gotten lost somewhere is not exactly helpful. They looked for hours without finding me. It was only when I saw a light far at the end of the corridors leading to the lab I was in that I got the courage to stand up, rush to the door, and start punching it as hard as I could. They finally found me there and made the guard unlock the door and get me out. I don't really remember sleeping that night, and if I did, it must have been out of exhaustion, but I know I made my mom stay in the bedroom with me that entire night. Of course, my parents made a complaint against the guard, and when they did, and the guy started being investigated, he was fired and arrested. Not because of locking me away where he probably hoped no one would find me, but because he had been partnering up with other criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building to sell it in some shady market along with information in the hard drives and make money off of that. But then, he had stolen a lot of old computers without anyone realizing, and who knows what his plans were for me that night. I'm not convinced that locking a crying child in the middle of the darkness, hidden away in some room, is exactly the most normal behavior if you're not trying to hide them and come get them later when everyone has left and sell them as part of your product. Hey, Ron with the 2 says, can we get scary fart stories? No. Those are just for the top, my favorite subscribers. Oh, shit. Well, guys, guess what? We're pretty much freaking done with all those stories. Kind of cool, huh? Man. And so, Google Documents. I'm making night cookies. Chocolate chip, butterscotch, peanut butter, oatmeal. Holy pretty much I smoked some good. Damn. That sounds really good. Sheesh. Man, I love eating. I love eating till I'm sick. And I'm gonna throw up. Boop. Boop. Talking like JoJo Siwa. Oh man. She needs to get really popular again. I miss making fun of her. Just kidding. She's my girlfriend. Alright guys, I'm gonna read the outro here. You guys gotta think of something. Joel Siwa. It's kind of funny. My buddy's daughter calls me Joel Siwa. It's pretty fucking cute and funny. I tell her to watch your fucking mouth. God damn it, don't you ever call me her. Don't ever take JoJo's name in vain, little girl. Deadpool Mark, thank you for the 4. But, yes, please think of something funny to say at the end. I'm going to read this. I got to sneeze again. God damn it. Dipsy Rose. Who the hell's Dipsy Rose? They just, like, make up famous people at this point in the lab. Hey, guys. Mikkel McRubystein. Mrs. Poop just has a new single with Joel Siwa. Check it out now, streaming on Spotify. Yeah. Collaborating with Gesundheit. What do you think about the Tua Tagovailoa injury? I don't know what happened to him. Did he tear his BCL? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, you should submit them over at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. If you want to support me even more, though, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered from members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't forget to empty your pea turtle. That one's gonna be gross. They're gonna be like, oh my god, Joel, you're so gross. No, I can't do that. I can't say bad words. Just everyone in the chat, say a slur, say a slur. Ruin your career right now. And remember to follow the dirt trail road. Oh, wait, what was it again with Bailoa? He had 4 major concussions in 2 years Now 2, where his fingers tensed up due to head trauma. Oh, yikes. So does that kind of like mean that he has to like get a new brain or something? Well, guys, thanks for chilling with you. Another fun stream in the books. This one, as I said, due to a promo we're doing for an FX show that I do hope you check out and let me know what you think. Grotesquerie. It's we're going to be releasing this on Friday, so that'll be a little promo trailer at the beginning of the video. There won't be any other ads in the video otherwise, so that's kind of good. You can thank them for that. But instead of coming out today, Thursday, they want it to come out Friday, so that's what we're doing. Otherwise, you can check this audio edited in its full form, get it early access over on Patreon. I'll get that. Do a Chris Chan impression. I don't even know what Chris Chan. What does Chris Chan sound like? Hey everyone. I pretty much have joined the other universes and converged them into one through the power of Sonichu. I actually am Chris Chan, so. But yeah, anyways, Patreon, $1 a month over there. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. No more Twitter, deleted that. No more headache. No more listening to people's stupid, pointless political opinions. No more nothing, honestly. Shit website. But, yeah, guys. I will be back streaming on Sunday, I guess. There's also a new podcast out if you want to listen to this stuff over on podcast. The Let's Read podcast. Bing, bada boom, bada boom. All right. Have a good rest of your week. Be good, be happy. Go pursue your dreams. You only get one life. Whatever thing you keep thinking in your head, do it. You know? Give it a whirl. All right. Goodbye.